We begin today's broadcast by acknowledging the Whadjuk Noongar people as the traditional custodians of the lands and waters where we gather today. We pay our respects to their elders, past and present. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. Welcome to day one of the 2023 Australian Rowing Championships.
So we'll see some of the largest rowing event incorporating the following signature events. Lizzie, the Australian Open Rowing Championships, the Open Schools Championships, and also the Kings and Queens Cup Regatta. The schools have all had their heads of the river. What can we look forward to later in the week when the schools arrive?
Some pretty exciting racing, I think. Judging by what the school head of the rivers were like, I think it's going to be a real battle out here on the water between those schools.
Well, Scotch College won in Melbourne on Saturday. The previous week, I had the pleasure of being the MC for the Brisbane Boys College event on the Sunday, and they had won on the Saturday by 0.26 of a second over the Southport School. So that battle will continue here. And then in Sydney on Saturday.
Yeah, that was Riverview over the King's School, and Scots College were third.
And then on Sunday, of course, everything winds up with the Queen's Cup and the King's Cup. New South Wales looking to defend that King's Cup, and Victoria looking to defend the Queen's Cup. Yep,
and switch that around. Both of those states looking to take the title away from the other, and the strength and depth, I think, of the other states means that too is going to be, as always, a really exciting regatta.
And today we'll see the Senior A. We begin with under 17 women's singles, but we see all of the Senior A's, the Olympians, the elite of our rowing programs rowing today. And I've got to say I've been pleased to see that Cormac Kennedy Leverett is the New South Wales single scull champion and won the selection trials as well, I understand.
Done really well, yes. And we'll be seeing him in a single and a double during this regatta. Hopefully other boats as well. Yeah, you won't recognise him though. He's just had all his hair cut off.
Oh my goodness.
I saw him yesterday and I thought, I know the face, but I can't figure out who that is. So that is his new, Dave Romano was telling me that's his new streamlined look. That's why he's going so fast.
Well, he went to the Under-23 World Championships last year and was won his heat, his quarter-final and his semi-final, and then only finished fourth.
So looking forward to an exciting day of racing. So now let's recognise our sponsors. Rowing Australia would like to thank all partners, supporters and suppliers of the 2023 Australian Rowing Championships. Rowing Western Australia, Tourism WA, the City of Armidale, the Department of Local Government, Sport and Cultural Industries and Lottery West, Hancock Prospecting, the Australian Sports Commission, Coles Supermarkets, 776 BC, Bont Rowing, Ticketmaster, Konica Minolta, Croker Oars, Ambulance Response Services, The Regatta Shop, Sykes Rowing, Tempur, with support from Rowing ACT, Rowing New South Wales, Rowing Queensland, Rowing South Australia, Rowing Tasmania, and Rowing Victoria.
I'm incredibly proud to be a female in the mining industry, led by a great role model for mining, for the Australian economy.
This is the best mining company to work for.
Everyone kind of takes you under their wing.
Being an older person in mining as well, I find that people can come to me for advice.
I did hairdressing for a year before coming to mining. It's the best thing I've ever done.
It offers a level of financial security that women outside of the industry don't necessarily have, and it's just awesome.
We would like women to be safer here than they are anywhere else.
Every day is exciting, there's something happening.
Just get out there, try something new.
This is the engine room of our Australian economy, and we get to be a part of what keeps this country afloat and helps with infrastructure and all the other projects that makes Australia such a fantastic country to live in.
To join us in building an exceptional future, go to buildinganexceptionalfuture.com.au.
We are on Whadjuk Noongar country. Armidale is an outer metro, so there was a lot of transient foot traffic historically. A lot of our people and our ancestors walked through this space. The city has always supported the Champion Centre and the Aboriginal Development Team. Any sort of cultural thing that we can do, whether it is circus, whether it is theatre, language, dance, we'll try and push that for these kids to make sure that they have access to their knowledge base. I think it's quite exciting to watch people stand there and look at all the art and then want to ask questions.
Everywhere you look, you see art or something beautiful. We're forgetting that we have all this here in Armidale. It makes people calm and happy. Lots of artists now open their studio like I do. People come to my studio all the time. All us artists have met. The Open Studio Trail is amazing. It's a bit of a forgotten area.
It's an interpretation of our community, our culture, and who we are as a people, as in City of Armidale residents.
Rowing Australia would like to thank all event volunteers who have generously provided their time to become one of the Coles Supermarkets volunteer team. Your dedication and commitment have ensured that we can provide a successful and enjoyable event for all. A special thank you to Coles Supermarkets, who have supported all our volunteers throughout the whole event. When you're around the regatta this week, please be sure to thank our great volunteers and volunteer boat race officials for all the support they're giving us and you this week. The Australian Sports Commission is the principal sponsor and partner of Rowing Australia. The ASC provides Rowing Australia with funding to ensure they have the capacity to create a sustainable sport through best practice governance and administration, intellectual property ownership, athlete management and support structures, and general accountabilities. Importantly, the winning partnership highlights the commitment to ensuring Australian athletes excel in the international sporting arena and increasing Australians' participation in rowing. Sport Integrity Australia's advice is that no supplement is safe to use and athletes should not risk their careers by supplement. Lower your risk and find a batch-tested supplement in the Sport Integrity app. No supplement is 100% safe to use. Don't forget to check out our traders and boat builders to service your boats and provide spare parts. We have Sykes, Croker Oars, Wintec, Rowfit and Perfect Balance Rowing here in the boat park. In the event of an emergency, all cyclists must wear a helmet throughout the venue. Dogs must be kept on a leash and kept under control at all times. Please avoid please make sure you put your rubbish in the bins provided. And make sure to stay sun smart. Slip, slop, slap and sip. Slip on a long sleeve shirt after racing, slop on some sunscreen, slap on a hat and sip on some water to keep you hydrated. For the latest results and the daily draws, please visit the dedicated website arc.rowingaustralia.com.au. Ladies and gentlemen, race number 1 is on the start line. This is the first heat of the under-17 women's single scull, with Jade Wilson from Canberra Grammar School in lane 1, Jada Critchlow from Bundaberg in lane 2, Callie McRae from Rockhampton Fitzroy in lane 3, Addison Rolls from Sydney University Boat Club in lane 4, Brianna Dale from Bundaberg in lane 5, Lucy Yabsley from Glebe Rowing Club in lane 6 and Lucy Hodges from Gippsland Grammar in lane 7.
And Lizzie, there are 6 heats of this event, so first only would advance directly to the semi-finals. The remaining scullers will go through to the repechage, so they'll get their second chance to fish.
Second chance to fish, that's right. And what competition we have as well. So we've seen most of these names in the various regattas, school regattas leading into this National Rowing Championships, with the exception of WA, and there aren't very many WA scullers here because, of course, their schoolgirl rowing season is just about to start.
Yes, it is, and the boys had their head of the river last week. I think
did.
Trinity Grammar won the first, second and third 8. Phil Jurovich runs the program there.
All right.
Canberra Grammar sculler here, Jade Wilson, was third in the under-17 single at the ACT Championships recently. So she's got some good form on the board. Right,
and Lucy Yabsley was first in the under-17 single at the New South Wales Championships, and she's a Year 10 sculler, so she also won the Year 10 single at the various schoolgirl heads.
And they're underway in race 1, one of almost 600 for the week here at the beautiful Champion Lakes facility in Western Australia.
I've heard a rumour that this is the largest National Rowing Championships.
It is. I don't have the figures in front of me, but thank you to Greg Smith, who's here on the jury, I think. He sent through data, certainly much, much bigger than the last couple of years, and to my knowledge also the largest national championships we've had as far as entries are concerned. Almost 2,000 athletes, almost 5,000 seats.
Incredible.
So you and I, Stuart, Richard, Ben and Chris are going to be busy all week, as will all of the athletes. So almost 600 races to go from Monday to Sunday afternoon, when we culminate with the racing of the Queen's Cup and the King's Cup on Sunday. So they've got away nicely. Canberra Grammar, Jade Wilson was a bit slow off the start there, so I'm not sure if she didn't anticipate the start well. But it looks like the Bundaberg sculler, Brianna Dale, who's got away quite well, along with Sydney University's Addison Rolls. Addison Rolls is coached by Kieran Glynn and Ray Boyle at Sydney Uni. Brianna Dale, coached by Rod Dick. Rod was living on the Sunshine Coast for some time, but has gone back to Bundaberg, his place of birth. He rode Queensland King's Cup out of Bundaberg many years ago. He's not quite as old as me, but he's up there, Lizzie. He's on the wrong side of 25, that's for sure. But they're spread out over quite some distance. Jada Critchlow of Bundaberg going okay also, but pushing through there is the Sydney University sculler, Addison Rolls. She's certainly in the lead. Rockhampton Fitzroy's Callie McRae. She's coached by Kim Byrne and her daughter Sarah Byrne. And at the moment, who's going nicely, as is the Glebe sculler Lucy Yabsley. It would be, she's well up there as well, but Callie McRae is our leader. Some Rockhampton Fitzroy coached through the 500 metres, coached by Kim and Sarah Byrne. So Rockhampton Fitzroy Rowing Club on the Fitzroy River, where the Australian rowing team conducted their pre-Olympic training, Lizzie.
Right. So a nice big stretch of water by the sound of things, and a great rowing community. Addison Rolls, who is actually in their first 8 at Queenwood School, and rows for Sydney University Boat Club as well, but as we said, quite young. So I believe she's also stroking their under 17. A number club, a really healthy path. Go to university and start work. There is a pathway for youngsters who really love rowing to stay in the sport and progress after school, and to not feel that there's a sort of a stopping point.
Who some do both school and clubs, and I'd say that's the case with the Rockhampton Fitzroy sculler Callie McRae. Quite a good school rowing program in Rockhampton, a number of different schools who compete, and Rockhampton Fitzroy there, Kim Byrne, the head coach there, and her daughter Sarah Byrne coaching the early leader Callie McRae. So they've come a long way to compete in this regatta.
They certainly have, yes. As you said, we've got so many heats, so many youngsters in the under 17 age group competing. There's been a lot of comment made to me about how many people in the under 17 age group are rowing, and why would that be? And some of my thoughts are that during COVID, rowing was one of the lucky sports that, because it's so organised and because you can train for it indoors on an ergo, we were able to keep things going, and really successfully. I also think that the lure of a home Olympics in 2032 for somebody who's 17 years old would be massive. So if you are super keen and super competitive, that idea that you might one day represent your country at a home Olympics would be fabulous, very exciting.
Actually, a point I made to the Brisbane Boys College First 8 at their celebration on the day after their Head of the River. I did say congratulations on winning the Head of the River, and there is more to rowing than just the Head of the River, and there's a little event in southeast Queensland in 9 years that you might be interested in dedicating yourself to, because you'll only be 26 or 27 by the time it comes around. But our leader here, Callie McRae, doing a great job. Addison Rolls of Sydney University. Kieran Glynn and Ray Boyle coaching there, Lizzie?
Yes, indeed. Doing an absolutely fabulous job at Queenwood, and it's a highly competitive program there at Queenwood, and also at Sydney University Boat Club, and we're going to see a lot of those athletes later on. I'm just looking at the weather conditions here, so it's fantastic because it's quite overcast, so we're not starting the whole week with blazing sunshine and people getting heat exhaustion. It's about 18 degrees at the moment. It feels a bit cooler than that because it's a bit breezy, and if you're watching on the live stream you can probably see it's a little bit breezy, but the wind keeping us nice and cool here.
Yes, bit of a head breeze. The times are not going to be quick this morning, that's for sure. So still our leader Callie McRae over Addison Rolls, and those two have moved well clear of the rest of the field. Remembering that first only will go directly through to the semi-finals. Now there's 30 odd in this. I think the under 19 boys single, Lizzie, 51 entries in that one.
Wow. Well, that's good to see, and that's
what
amazed me.
They were saying Lucy Yabsley's hit the front from Glebe is. Now let's wait and see if that's correct. We'll have to have that confirmed. And Callie McRae's dropped back. I'm not sure that that's confirmed, or maybe we were getting some misinformation in the first parts, but they're coming more clearly into view now, Lizzie. We'll be able to see the colours better. I would suggest that it is Lucy Yabsley from Glebe. Yeah, it is Lucy Yabsley from Glebe who is our leader. Coached by Milan Parker, Thomas Parker and Nicholas Galea. on this side of the course in Station 6. For those of you watching at home, lane 1 is at the top of the screen. So on the far side of the course here, the western side of Champion Lakes rowing course. And it is Lucy Yabsley leading Addison Rolls, then back to Callie McRae, Jade Wilson, Jada Critchlow, Lucy Hodges and Brianna Dale. So they've spread out over some territory, and Addison Rolls is not going to leave this event without doing her best to go straight through to the semi-final. Have a look at her. She's lifted the rating there, and she's going out after the glebe sculler Lucy Yabsley. Inside the last 250 metres, and Yabsley's hanging on to grim death to the lead she established early in the race. But Addison Rolls is trying to peg her back. Yabsley from Glebe in Station 6 and Addison Rolls from Sydney University in Station 4. They're stroke for stroke. I think the Glebe sculler still got enough lead to get home, but there's still a dozen strokes to go, or about 8 strokes to go, and it will be the Glebe sculler who will get there. Lucy Yabsley from Glebe will win our first race of nearly 600 races on the program. It'll be lane 6, it'll be first, lane 4 will be second. It's Addison Rolls of Sydney University, and they've moved well clear of the rest of the field.
What a wonderful win. Lucy has been coached at Ascombe School by Thomas Parker up until this season, when he's moved to Loretto Normanhurst to become head coach. Fantastic job there, Lucy Yabsley. Well done. And Nick Galea, who is the captain of Glebe Rowing Club, also joining in the whole team with Milan Parker coaching Lucy. That's a fabulous win over Addison, who is an awesome athlete. So I can't recall those two racing each other before, but I know they've been similar times in races in similar conditions. Great to see them racing each other. So Callie McRae crosses the line in 3rd position. Looks as though Jade Wilson taking 4th. Jada Critchlow, I think, would be 5th across the line. Sixth is the sculler from lane 7, Lucy Hodges, and 7th will be Brianna Dale from Bundaberg.
Yeah. And Heat 2's underway. In lane 1 is Wendouree Ballarat, Mia Woodburn. Lane 2, Bundaberg, Sarah Wake. Lane 3, Gippsland Grammar, Ruby Lindray. Lane 4, Swan River, Elsie Griffith. Lane 5, Radford College, Zara Turner. Lane 6, Guildford Grammar, Elizabeth Moss. And lane 7, Brisbane and GPS, Danielle Watt. And it looks to me like Zara Turner, who is the current under-17 ACT champion in this event, would be our leader. So they're coming thick and fast, Lizzie, and with long races because of the head breeze, they're one on top of the other.
They are indeed, but I think that gives us time to catch our breath and actually figure out what's going on. So on the course here, we're in the finish tower, of course, up at the top, but it's a new venue. I should be more familiar with it than this because I did do the Sprint Canoe Championships all of last week. But Sprint Canoe, you're going over like 200 metres, so you hardly have time to even do the roll call. So it's nice to get back to rowing and see things spread out. The headwind, of course, giving our rowers time to just settle into being in a new venue and find their feet a bit. We've got a three-horse race here, really. We've got the first section. We've got the Sculler Inn.
The Radford Sculler.
Radford Sculler in lane 5 is coming first, and then we've got
Brisbane
lane
and
7.
GPS in lane 7.
Yeah.
Danielle Watt, coached by Nigel Stubbs and Paddy Pakila.
And I don't think that there's going to be any change in that. But then we've got a bit of a tight one now coming into the last 100 metres. Tight really between lanes 4 and 1. So Elsie Griffith from Swan River at the moment just leading Mia Woodburn from Wendouree Ballarat. But a big sprint now coming from our sculler in lane 6. That must be Elizabeth Moss from Guildford Grammar. So Elsie Griffith, her Swan River, raises her rate of striking. I think she's seen now. This will get her a better lane in the repechage. So worthwhile her putting this big push on to take out third position. But a continuing challenge coming from lane 6 from Elizabeth Moss. Elsie Griffith will hang on for third place. Elizabeth Moss will place 5th. And very close indeed there between our scullers in lanes 1 and 2. That's Mia Woodburn from Wendouree Ballarat and Sarah Wake from Bundaberg. And our final contestant across the line will be Ruby Lindray from Gippsland Grammar.
Heat 3 is underway. It's in lane 1, Unley High, Felicity Cox. Lane 2, Gippsland Grammar, Scarlett Tavaski. Lane 3, Mersey from Tasmania, Matilda Spalding. Lane 4, Fremantle, Charlotte Hanson Naroy. Lane 5, Trinity Lutheran from the Gold Coast, Isabel Clifford. Lane 6, Wendouree Ballarat, Mackenzie Kopke Veldhuis. And lane 7 is Buckingham, Matilda Cocker. So a very, very busy start to the day, Lizzie Chapman, and Lizzie's getting up to make another announcement. So
it is. Well, we've got it's quite interesting in the sport of canoeing. They brought their equipment across in containers, and of course those containers, now that the Sprint Championships is finished, need to be moved, and we have some people parking where they shouldn't. But in the meantime, the rowing progressing nicely in this breeze, which seems to be settling. This race a lot closer than the previous race, which was spread out. We've got pretty much a blanket line across the course now, and they're coming up to the 1,000 metre mark. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with rowing, the Olympic distance is 2,000 metres, and the racing this morning is over that Olympic distance. So they're coming up along the course. There are flags every 500 metres on the far side of the course from where we are watching. If you're here on the island at the venue, but to the near side to the cameras.
So we're getting messages through from people who are listening all over Australia already, Lizzie, so that's very promising.
So we'll try and bring you more accurate commentary then. So looking at it from the finish tower, it looks as though the action is really coming from lanes 7, 6 and 5. In lane 7 we have Matilda Cocker from Buckingham. She's coached by Hamish Johnston. In lane 6 we've got Mackenzie Kopke and Colin Purves, and in lane 5 from Trinity Lutheran we've got in Queensland we've got Isabel Clifford, who's coached by Eric Rowan. They're having a good battle. Just behind them is Charlotte Hanson Nahoy from Fremantle, who's coached by Keely Atchison. She's in lane 4, and then it's across to Scarlett Tavaski of Gippsland Grammar of Victoria, who's in lane 2, and Felicity Cox of Unley High in South Australia, who's coached by Daniel Ralph.
It's very, very close. And Tavaski was our leader through the 1,000-metre mark, but she's being hounded by at least 3 or 4 other scullers there, Lizzie, and she's under great pressure from Felicity Cox from Unley High on the far side of the course, let alone the ones on this side from Wendouree, Ballarat, Buckingham and Trinity Lutheran from the Gold Coast.
Buckingham sculler looking very strong now. She looks quite confident. She's upped her rate of striking. She is being matched by the Wendouree Ballarat sculler, though, that's in lane 6. And then it's across to Felicity Cox from Unley High. She has put a really big push in.
I reckon she's got her bow in front on the far side there, the South Australian, coached by Daniel Ralph. And I reckon that she's taken the lead in this last 250 metres of the event.
Agreed. And a big push coming from Mackenzie Kopke-Veldhuis now to try and break away from Matilda Cocker in lane 7 and Isabel Clifford in lane 6. And our sculler in lane 4, so that's Charlotte Hansen-Nahoy of Fremantle, managing to hang on to that group, and falling right back now is Matilda Spalding of Mersey.
So as they come into view in the closing stages, it is the Unley High sculler Felicity Cox will be across first. Gippsland Grammar sculler Tavaski will be second. Then across to the Wendouree Ballarat sculler, I would suggest, has finished in third place. Fourth then will be Isabel Clifford of Trinity Lutheran. Fifth, Matilda Cocker of Buckingham. Then follows Fremantle will be 6th, and 7th will be Mersey in station 3.
Race 4 is our next race. This is the next heat, the 4th one of the under-17 women's single scull. In lane 2 from Bunbury, Sophia Cross, coached by Cameron Fowler. In lane 3 from Brisbane and GPS Rowing Club, Eva Hosking, coached by Nigel Stubbs and Maddie Pakila. In lane 4, Abby Wex from Brisbane and GPS, coached by Charles Green. In lane 5 from Fremantle Rowing Club, Juliet Kelly, coached by Keely Atchinson. In lane 6, Zoe Armstrong from Hunter Valley Grammar School, coached by Rowan Hislop and Odin McIntosh. And in lane 7, Annabelle Mackenzie of Newcastle Grammar School.
And there's 2 races going on within the race. There's 3 scullers who've moved well clear of the rest of the field. Hosking, Cross and Kelly are about 20 seconds in front of Annabelle Mackenzie and Zoe Armstrong and Abby Wex by the looks of it. So just trying to establish exactly who our leader is, but it looks like it's Eve Hosking from Brisbane and GPS, where she's coached by Nigel Stubbs and Maddie Pakila. And those 3 scullers out in the lead have moved well clear as we get some great shots of the housing development that's going on in the first 1,000 metres of the Champion Lakes facility, Lizzie.
It's massive, the development around here generally, isn't it? A lot of residential housing. I do hope that the people that buy houses there know they're buying on a rowing lake.
And I'm sure the coaches down here don't use a megaphone at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Of course they wouldn't, no. But just thinking what it's like at Westlake. So we're lucky at Cirque, I think, in New South Wales. But knowing what it's like at Westlakes and how quiet they have to be early in the morning, let's hope they don't have the same level of restriction here. And you can also see in that shot, actually, how you can see the beginning of the island. So there is a warm-up lake here at Champion Lakes. It's fantastic. So you go out the back of the boathouses onto the warm-up lake, warm up and down parallel to the course, and then it pops out pretty much where those scullers are sculling down now.
And in the middle stages here, it looks like the Bunbury scullers put in a charge. Sophia Cross, she's coached by Cam Fowler at Bunbury. She's got her bow in front over in station 2 over the early leader Eva Hosking of Brisbane and GPS Rowing Club. And then across Fremantle's Juliet Kelly, I think it might be, who's there in the mix as well. Certainly Sophia Cross of Bunbury has taken the lead then. She's got a nice lead at the 500 metres to go mark. And Hosking is in second place, and Juliet Kelly, as I said, is in third position. And those 3 have cleared well out over the rest of the field.
Very interesting, these early heats, aren't they, where we are seeing the schoolgirl scullers from across the country meet each other, most of them for the first time. And
Yes.
as we said, the first sculler across the line will progress directly through to the semi-final, but the remainder will go to a repechage.
So how many sculling races are there for schoolgirls in New South Wales? There's only sort of one per age group in Queensland.
Right, we're very lucky. We have the schoolgirl events, and then we have the underage events, and those underage events happen quite frequently, really. Yep, lots of regattas, and many weekends there are 2 regattas going on, or 3 regattas going on at the same time. So you have a club regatta and a school regatta.
Hence the reason the great Owen Nix is not here joining us this weekend.
Right, too busy.
Yes.
Or having a rest, I would hope.
But it is the Bunbury sculler. It looks to me like we could have a Western
battle.
Australian Quinella here with Sophia Cross of Bunbury leading, Fremantle's Juliet Kelly, Eva Hosking of Brisbane and GPS hanging on to 3rd place. So those 3 are well clear of the rest of the field, headed by Annabelle Kelly. Annabelle Mackenzie of Newcastle Grammar is in 4th place. Then back to the Brisbane and GPS sculler Abby Wex, and Hunter Valley Grammar's Zoe Armstrong would be in 6th place.
Yeah, just getting to grips with this breezy condition. Breezy headwind here at the moment. The course is known to be breezy, but the breeze isn't always consistent. So anybody going out here to compete needs to be ready really for the changing conditions. So safely across the line in 3rd place there, Juliet Kelly from Fremantle. And now we have Annabelle Mackenzie from Newcastle Grammar School, looking very calm here. New colours, Newcastle Grammar. There were new colours last season, so they used to have red, white and blue hoops, and now they've got blue and blue stripy top and different colours on their blades. Very smart indeed. So she'll be placing 4th.
Weren't their colours very similar to the old USA Olympic team?
Yes, and GB too. Yeah. And then a good push at the end there for Zoe Armstrong from Hunter Valley Grammar School to take out 5th, just ahead of Abby Wex from Brisbane and GPS. So confirming that first across the line was Sophia Cross from Bunbury, and she'll progress directly through to the semi-final. 2nd, Juliet Kelly from Fremantle. 3rd was Eva Hosking from Brisbane and GPS. 4th, Annabelle Mackenzie. From Newcastle Grammar. 5th, Zoe Armstrong from Hunter Valley. And 6th was Abby Wex from Brisbane and GPS. We're on to Heat 5 of the Under-17 Women's Single Scull. In Lane 2, Lila Meredith from Commercial. In Lane 3, Ella Gerrand from Gippsland Grammar. In Lane 4, Poppy Yarsky from Commercial. In Lane 5, Izzy Bolton from Swan River. In Lane 6, Marcella Paget from Rockhampton Fitzroy. And in Lane 7, Sienna Becker from Commercial.
It looks like Ella Duran from Gippsland Grammar is reasonably prominent here, as is the sculler on this side of the course, Sienna Becker of Commercial. She's coached by David Van Das, but it is the sculler on the far side of the course, I would suggest, Ella Duran, who's leading nicely over Becker. Then follows Leela Meredith of Commercial, who's over in Station 1. Yes, Station 2. 1 is vacant. So it is certainly a lead to Ella Durand of Gippsland Grammar over Sienna Becker of Commercial, then back to Lila Meredith of Commercial. She too is coached by David Van Das, but assisted by Gary Townsend and Ross Batho. And then the rest of the field fighting out the minor ends of the prize, remembering that first only will go directly through to the semi-final, and the remaining scullers will have to go through to the repechage. So they're drawing to the conclusion of this particular event, and it is the Gippsland Grammar sculler, Ella Durand, and unfortunately we have no coach listed for Ella. So if someone from Gippsland Grammar would like to let the regatta secretary know who is coaching this Gippsland Grammar sculler, coached by David Vandas, as I've said, but Ella Durand of Gippsland Grammar, with only 2 strokes left to go. It's all the way win. Gippsland Grammar will be first. Commercial in station 7 will be second. And then the battle for the minor ends of the prize. They go across the line there. The other scullers, Lila Meredith of Commercial, has finished in 3rd place. Lizzie Bolton has finished 4th from Swan River. 5th then will be Rockhampton Fitzroy's Marcella Paget, coached by Kim and Bonnie Byrne. And 6th will be Commercial's Poppy Yarsky.
Ladies and gentlemen who are in the grounds, a couple of shout-outs please to vehicles that are parked on the island and are interfering with the movement of equipment around the grounds. Could you please move them? The first is a South Australian Land Cruiser, S for Sugar 102, BQD for Delta. The second is a Mazda from Victoria, registration plate 1M for Mother, F for Freddy, 6XF for Freddie. The third is a Corolla from WA, Toyota Corolla 1, HUG, HUG 544. And the fourth car is from WA also, a Kia 1, H for Harry, P for Peter, B for Bertie 100, 1 HPB 100. So again, 4 vehicles that need moving right away, please. A Land Cruiser from South Australia, S102 BQD, a Mazda from Victoria, 1 MF6XF, a Corolla from WA, 1 HUG 544, and a Kia from WA, 1 HPB 100. We also still need boat holders, so if you fancy getting up close to the action and you're free from about 9:30, please come to the end of the course, past the finish tower, to the big shed, and have a word with the people who are on the volunteers desk. Oh, and we still have a Land Cruiser 1 J16YF, which is blocking the removal of the container at the end of the course. So if you have a Land Cruiser, there are 2 in the way, one from South Australia and this one, 1 J16YF. Please, please, can you move your cars if you are here on the island near the boat park?
Heat 6 of the under-17 women's single scullers well down the course now. Again, the same progression. First only through to the semi-final. The remaining scullers will go through to the repechage. Lane 2, Fremantle, Sina Metzger. Lane 3, Brisbane and GPS, Astrid Thomas. Lane 4, Unley High, Tamara Bates. Lane 5, Commercial from Brisbane, Rose Ricks. Lane 6, Tasmanian University, Maddie Higgins. And lane 7, Adelaide University, Bianca Kohlberg. So lots of colour, Lizzie, on the banks there. We can see all of the team tents. There's also the tents that have been provided by Rowing Australia and Rowing WA.
Fantastic.
But lots of colour with red and blue and green, yellow tents there lining this eastern side of the Champion Lakes Regatta venue.
Yeah, one of the school tents has even got a sofa in it, so they're definitely here watching in style.
So it looks like Unley High again. Tamara Bates, is it? That's our leader there.
Coached by Daniel Ralph again. She's in lane 4. Yep.
Although it's a light blue singlet, so it may well be the commercials colour, but it's got me confused.
And coming up the inside here, Bianca Kohlberg from Adelaide University Boat Club, coached by Tom Dornbos, part of the Pathways program there.
It's Fremantle that's actually in the lead. It's the Fremantle colours. And Fremantle and Brisbane and GPS have changed lanes. That's why I'm confused. It's the Fremantle sculler who's got across first. No doubt. It's Sina Metzger, coached by Keely Atchison.
Bianca Kohlberg coming in second place.
Then the GPS sculler, Brisbane and GPS sculler, Astrid Thomas, third. Fourth then is Taz Uni. Fifth, close between Commercial and Unley High. So yes, lane 5 Commercial and lane 4 Unley High in sixth place. So Fremantle and Brisbane and GPS changed lanes there, and until they got closer to me, it was a bit difficult to determine exactly what was going on. The under-17 men's single scull has 6 heats also, so again the same progression, first only to go through directly to the semi-final. The remaining scullers will have a second chance to fish in the repechage. So in lane 1, UTS Haberfield Zachary Hyde. In lane, that's in lane 2, I should say. Lane 3, Trinity College from the Gold. That'll be a local Western Australian Trinity College, Thomas Coles. Lane 4, Hunter Valley Grammar, Vaughan Henderson. Lane 5, Adelaide High, Finn Redmond. Lane 6, Glebe, Charlie Slack. And lane 7, Caulfield Grammar, Matthew English.
And our early leaders are lanes 4 and 5. So that is Vaughan Henderson from Hunter Valley Grammar School and Finn Redmond from Adelaide High. The Hunter Valley Grammar School sculler at the 1,000-metre mark has done a big push and taken a lead over Adelaide High. Vaughan Henderson, who's coached by Odin McIntosh, one of the coaches there at Hunter Valley Grammar School, and Rowan Hislop, who leads the programme. And then Finn Redmond from Adelaide High, coached by Joe Malcolm, and known to many of us who work at various regattas around the country, and Harrison Lindner, his other coach. A great battle going on between those two. And in the second tier, I guess you would call it, so fighting it out for the third place, Zachary Hyde from UTS on the far side of the course from us here in the finish tower. He's coached by Elliot Shatcloth Bertonetti, otherwise known as EB. And then across on the near side, Matthew English from Caulfield Grammar in Victoria, who is coached by Emily Shaw and Mia Antonopoulos.
So EB is a lot easier than Elliot Shatcloth Bertonetti.
It is.
But our leader certainly is the Hunter Valley Grammar Scholar. Rowan Hislop's been doing a good job there for a number of years now.
Very. Yeah. We also have Nick Galea, who heads up the Glebe Junior program, I believe, and we've got Charlie Slack from Glebe doing quite well, really, in the second half of the race, as is Thomas Coles from Trinity College of WA, who's coached by Tim Kelly. They're not far behind at all.
So the Hunter Valley Grammar Sculler's just turned it off there. He's just going to coast to the line. Has a convincing win over Adelaide High in second place. Then across to the UTS Haberfield Sculler, University of Technology Sydney Haberfield Rowing Club on the far side of the course. Then on this side, Caulfield Grammar, Matthew English.
But really being challenged now by Tom Coles from Trinity College, who's suddenly realised he's not that far behind. He's put a big spurt in a little bit too late. Caulfield Grammar's Matthew English will place fourth. Fifth will be Thomas Coles from Trinity College. And sixth will be Charlie Slack from Glebe Rowing Club. That was a good race, actually. You could see the scullers increasing in confidence as they came down the course.
Absolutely. Trinity College, of course, as I said in the preamble today, won the first, second and third eights at the recent Head of the River here. So congratulations to Phil Jurovich.
Our next heat is the second heat of the under-17 men's single scull, is race number 8 on our programme. Thomas Osborne from Unley High is in lane 2, coached by Daniel Ralph and Jude Shermer. Who is coached by Harrison Parks and Zachary Queensland, coached by Amelia Connolly and John Smith. In lane 6 from Pulteney Grammar in South Australia, Sam Williams, coached by Kyle Shoonby and Nicole Shoonby. And completing our field of 6 scullers from Glebe Rowing Club in Sydney, Carter Clifton, who's coached again by Nick Galea. A great athlete, Carter. He does row for his school as well, but he's been quite impressive in this past season.
So you'll note, Lizzie, the Southport sculler Trent Vincent, coached by Amelia Connolly and John Smythe. That's the same John Smythe that used to be at Rockhampton Grammar.
And before that was
UTS.
at UTS, indeed, yes.
Well, he was Rockhampton Grammar, then he was UTS, then he was Rockhampton Grammar. Now he's at the Southport School and doing a terrific job at Southport.
And just having a look at how that sculler's doing. So he is battling it out really for 5th place, I think. Our leaders are coming from lanes 4 and 3. Jack Hansen-Nahoy of Trinity College WA, fresh on the success of their first, second and third 8. And then Thomas Bartels of Ignatius Park in Queensland.
So Townsville, Ignatius Park, Harrison Parks and Zachary Judge coaching this sculler, Thomas Bartels, and I would hazard a guess that they have come the furthest to compete in this regatta.
Sitting in 3rd position, and then it's across to Thomas Osborne of Unley High in 4th. And then our 2 scullers at the back of the field have actually picked up the pace, much like the previous race. It's as if they've taken their time to settle into being on this new venue. That's Trent Vincent from the Southport School and Sam Williams from Pulteney Grammar, who's in lane 6.
Jack Hansen-Nahoy, the local hope, would know this this course well. I'm sure most of the regattas are held here. Certainly the head of the river held here. And it is an all-the-way win coming up for Trinity College from Western Australia. Jack Hansen-Nahoy, coached by Liam D. Ignatius Park College from Townsville, Thomas Bartels, will be in 2nd place, but only the Trinity College sculler to go directly through to the semi-finals. Then in 3rd place will be the Glebe sculler, Carter Clifton, down nearest the judge. Just narrowly over the Unley High sculler, Thomas Osborne. Then follows the race between Pulteney Grammar, Sam Williams, Pulteney Grammar from South Australia, and the Southport sculler has just stopped there. So it's Sam Williams from Pulteney will be 4th, and Trent Vincent from the Southport School will be 5th.
Heat 3 of the under-17 men's single scull has Kinross Walleroy sculler Nicholas Tancred in lane 2, Marcus Ward from Radford College in lane 3, Cy O'Hanlon from Pulteney Grammar in lane 4, Rhys Davey of Essendon in lane 5, William Thompson of Pulteney Grammar in lane 6, and Harrison Howard of the Southport.
We look like we've actually caught up a bit, Lizzie. This race is only at the 1,000-metre mark. That's pretty good. So Benjamin Watt coaching Kinross Walleroy out in orange. Radford College in the ACT. William Hatcher, Maximilian Mayer and Gordon Marks coaching there. And Gordon posted some footage of towing boats across the Nullarbor and going past trucks that have got 3 or 4 dogs behind them. Pulteney Grammar, Kyle Shoonby and Nicole Shoonby are the coaches there in South Australia. Essendon Rowing Club, Rhys Davey, coached by Lisa Gandolfo and Grant Williamson. Pulteney Grammar, Again, Kyle and Nicole coaching, and the Southport School sculler on this occasion, Harrison Howard, is coached by Ian Hawley and John Smythe. I was able to run into John Smythe a couple of days ago. It was great to see him, and things going beautifully for him at the Southport School, and their first 8 is here to compete at the Australian Rowing Championships. They had a very successful head of the river, close second in the schoolboy 8, but wins in other categories. Left Townsville to go back to his birthplace of Germany to do some things with his parents who have now passed on, and he's back and living on the Gold Coast and is working with the Year 11s there. So they've had a great regatta, although the Year 11s, I think Gregory Terrace and Joseph's College, Gregory Terrace, first coached by Jack Price, were winners there, and former Australian rowing team physiotherapist Ivan Hooper, his crew also won on Head of the River Day for St Joseph's.
Sport, and you can see that in these under 17.
Not started or has run into some grief somewhere along the line.
Yes, he's quite a way back now. I'd say 500 metres
Oh yes,
back.
I can see him,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, so we've got Rhys Davey of Essendon in lane 5 with a commanding lead. Increasingly confident is Harrison Howard of the Southport School. He's just raised his rate of striking, and as he's done that, across on the far side, our Kinross Wallaroy sculler Nicholas Tancred just faltered a little. He's under pressure from Marcus Ward of the ACT.
Sculler going stroke for stroke. It's been known to say it before. It's like the straight 6 at Flemington, but the one closest to the judge, the Southport School, will get across in second place. Kinross Wallaroy will be third, Nicholas Tancred. Fourth then will be Radford College. And then follows Pulteney Grammar and Pulteney Grammar. So 2 Pulteney Grammar scullers. The sculler in lane 4 will be 5th, and the sculler in lane 6 will be 6th. The under 17 men's single scull, which will be races 213 and 215, which seem a long way away when we're about to go into race number 10.
Indeed.
But not that far away.
Across the finish line, we'll bring you the lineup for race number 16, which is the 4th heat of the under 17 men's single scull. So 2 more heats after this one. In lane 2, we have Joachim Henderson from Wendouree Ballarat, who is coached by Paul Blanchfield. In lane 3, Joshua Miller from Radford College ACT, who's coached by William Hatcher, Max Mayer and Gordon Marks. In lane 4, we have Patrick Keenan of Scotch College in Adelaide, South Australia, coached by James Seppelt, Tim Belcher and Thomas Merrigan. In lane 5, Lockie Miller from Pulteney Grammar in South Australia, coached by Kyle and Nicole Shoonby. In lane 6, Eckhart Bosnan of Bunbury in WA, coached by Cameron Fowler. And in lane 7, Luke Purdy of Hunter Valley Grammar School, New South Wales, coached by Odin McIntosh and Rowan.
And they're well underway. First only through to the semi-final. And the sculler on this side of the course, the Hunter Valley Grammar sculler, seems to be our leader, Luke Hardy, coached by Odin McIntosh and Rowan Hislop, looking to make it 2 wins on the morning for the Hunter Valley Grammar School. 5:58.46 there at the 1500 metre mark for Luke Purdy. And he's got a commanding lead, absolutely commanding lead over Eckhart Bosman in second place from Bunbury, coached by Cam Fowler. And then on the far side of the course, Wendouree Ballarat, Radford College. I'd suggest Radford College and Scotch College of Adelaide. Patrick Keenan, coached by James Seppel, Tim Belcher and Thomas Merrigan. So Scotch College, I'm not sure, I think they may have finished second in the South Australian head behind St Peter's.
Right,
I'm sure someone will correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm sure they will.
If my wife was here, she would. But it's a all-the-way win to the Hunter Valley Grammar Sculler. Luke Purdy has got a great look back. He's got 5 or 6 lengths clear of the second sculler, Eckhart Bosman of Bunbury. In second place. So Bunbury not that far down the road, Lizzie, really, compared to when they're racing at Cirque or last year at Nagambie. It's only a short trip for the athletes from Bunbury to make it to the Australian Championships on this occasion. Radford College and Scotch College battling out third, then back to Wendouree Ballarat and the Pulteney Grammar Sculler at the rear of the field.
And of course, if you make it through this first heat in first place, you have a day of rest tomorrow from the single, because the others will be racing the repechage. They'll be racing the repechage at around the same time tomorrow morning, about 8:40 that would start, depending on the draw, of course. And then we go to the semi-finals on Wednesday at first thing in the morning.
Scotch College are actually third in the head of the river in South Australia. Thank you, Richard Dorstein, for that information.
Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar School taking out the heat number 4 in the under 7 Pulteney Grammar. Coming across in third position, I believe, is going to be the sculler from Radford.
Me, but it's very exciting to have all these young people who know technology, Lizzie, helping.
Fourth will be Scotch College Adelaide sculler Patrick Keenan, whilst Ray's technology is being fixed up. Across in lane 2, Joachim Henderson comes across in 5th position, and our final sculler will be Eckhart Bosman of Bunbury. Provisional time for Luke Purdy, 8:06.28. So if you're here at the Champion Lakes Regatta venue, there's a big screen by the finish tower where you can see footage of the race and the provisional times as they go up. And obviously it's on your screen if you're watching on the live stream. And there are draws out available that you can get to through the arc.rowingaustralia.com.au website. Go there for all of the information.
Determined that in the early stages the cameras are on the eastern side of the course, and in the closing stages the camera goes to the western side of the course. No?
Heat number 5 is now in progress with the Southport School sculler John Onetto in lane 2, Harry Brandt from Rockhampton Fitzroy in lane 3, Logan Cavill of Bundaberg in lane 4, James Clark of Wendouree Walleroy in New South Wales in lane 7, and it is Harry Dim Logan Cavill of Bundaberg, and then it's back to Kinross Walleroy seem to be moving ahead now as they come into the last 500 metres. That's all right. We're all just getting used to this course and being somewhere different. So Kinross Wallaroi, Harry Dimmock, he has taken a lead at the 500-metre mark, and that lead is being challenged now by the sculler from Bundaberg, Logan Cavill, and also by Harry Brandt of Rockhampton Fitzroy.
Oh,
And
cracking
then it's
race,
back to
Lizzie.
Harry Maining of Tasmania University, currently sitting in fourth but closing rapidly on Logan Cavill. Yes, this has been the most exciting race of the day so far. Can Harry Dimmock from Kinross Wallaroi hang on?
So he's here closest to the judges, but on the far side of the course, you can see the Rockhampton sculler Harry Brandt from Rockhampton Fitzroy. He's sprinting there, and the Bundaberg scullers holding down third place. Very little to choose between Rockhampton Fitzroy and Kinross Wallaroi, but it'll be the Rockhampton Fitzroy sculler who gets across first. Kinross Wallaroi will be second, Bundaberg will be third. Fourth then will be Tasmanian University. Fifth will be the Southport School, and sixth will be Wendouree Ballarat. What a cracking finish from Harry Brandt of Rockhampton Fitzroy, coached by Kim and Bonnie Byrne.
Yeah, so they let's move on to the lineup then for heat number 6. Heat number 6, we have Patrick Micklejohn of Guildford Grammar in lane 2. We have Alexander Clements of Bunbury in lane 3. Sorry, our camera's trained there on our final sculler. That's somebody way out in the lead, and that's Nicholas Huss. Let's find out where he is. So Patrick Micklejohn, Guildford Grammar in 2, Alexander Clements of Bunbury in lane 3, Hagan Cook of Gippsland Grammar in lane 4, Matthew Coleman of the Southport School in lane 5, Isaac Boston of Trinity College Perth in lane 6, and Noah Haas of Tasmania University in lane 7. And it's Noah Haas who's got a commanding lead.
Yes, 3 or 4 lengths
at the 1,000-metre mark.
At the 1,000-metre mark. So no coach listed for the Tasmanian University sculler there. So if Lloyd Luck happens to be listening to us, Lloyd, can you let us know who's coaching the Tasmanian University scullers? Of course, 2 boat sheds for Tas Uni, one in the north and one in the south. Yeah, there's unless something's changed since the last time I was there, the boat shed in the north was a 40-foot container on the North Esk River, I think it was, in Launceston. So just going for my memory there, Lizzie.
Certainly seem to have a good stable of young men there, with Harry Maining having a good race in the previous heat, and I know they're sprinkled throughout the regatta. We've got some great young people competing here. So Noah Haas in the lead at the 1,000-metre mark, and as they come towards the 1,500-metre mark, he continues to lead.
Yes, he's got a convincing lead, probably over the Guildford Grammar's Patrick Meiklejohn from Western Australia. Then the Bunbury sculler Alexander Clements, so the local hopes are all doing well here. The only sculler off the pace a little bit, so I would suggest, would be Isaac Boston of Trinity College, again from Western Australia. But a commanding lead for the Tasmanian University sculler Noah Haas. And a number of Tasmanian University entrants in this race. Under 17s, rowing for a university, obviously not students at the university. Bit too young for that, Lizzie, I'd suggest.
Yes. But it's certainly a great way to commence that pathway, isn't it, if you are interested in rowing competitively. Certainly in both Melbourne and, because you'll see Matthew Ryan has a great stable of athletes there at Melbourne University Boat Club. We've got a good group of people at Sydney University and the University of Technology Sydney.
Yep.
Who
the same
are
University of Queensland Boat Club and Griffith Uni.
Course,
a lot who are at school or and preparing to go to university, and doing both school and club rowing, and to their benefit, of course, for both their rowing and for their careers, hopefully.
Absolutely, yeah. So Noah Haas continues to lead, lane 7, Tasmania University, and now moving into second position is Matthew Coleman from the Southport School. Then it's across to Alexander Clements from Bunbury, as they're battling it out for second position. Slightly back from them and pushing hard now is Hagan Cook from Gippsland Grammar, and on the far side Patrick Micklejohn from Guildford Grammar in lane 2. Then it is back to Isaac Boston of Trinity College here in Perth.
He's got the rating up there, our leader, Noah Haas. He's not backed off at all.
No.
He's continue as he comes towards the boat sheds and the administration centre. He's probably still on about 31 or 32 strokes to the minute, I'd suggest, Lizzie, as he goes across the line for a convincing win. Noah Haas of Tasmanian University is first. Good race for second and third. It will be the Southport School sculler who will be second, Matthew Coleman. Third then will be Bunbury, Alexander Clements. Fourth will be Gippsland Grammar, Hagan. We'll just do a quick commentary change, and Lizzie's going to have a rest because it's been a bit manic here this morning.
It has, but I must say thank you to the people who've moved their cars so quickly after we made a call out for that. Good to see.
Race 13 is the under-19 women's singles scull. Heat 1, progression first goes to the quarter-final. That's how big the entry is with this one. In lane 1, Mersey from Tasmania, Meg Castles. Lane 2, University of Queensland Boat Club, Felicity Bishop. Lane 3, Centenary Rowing Club from Brisbane, Lucy McFarlane. Lane 4, Gippsland Grammar, Zoe Hornline. Lane 5, Melbourne Girls College, Zoe Core. Scratch lane 6, and lane 7 is Mersey Rowing Club from Tasmania, Lily Barker, as we welcome Richard Dorstein for the first time at this Australian Rowing Championships.
Good morning, Ray. Yeah, great to be here over in the west at this wonderful course here at Champion Lakes, and good first hour of racing already this morning as we progress through these opening heats in now the under-19 women's at single scull. We go up from under-17 to under-19 with a big field of entries in this event as well. And Heat 1 does see Meg Castles leading through the halfway mark. Sculler from Mersey in Tasmania in that, I think it was that distinctive bright purplish boat that we saw on screen a little while ago. So Meg Castles a narrow lead, just over a second ahead of Lucy McFarlane there in second place from the Centenary Rowing Club. And Zoe Core of Melbourne Girls College was sitting in third place, then a bit of a gap back to the rest of the field, headed by Felicity Bishop and also Zoe Hornline, as they are into the third 500 metres of the race. Our leader only, as Ray said, will go through to the quarterfinals, and the remaining scullers in this, the rest of the 5 sculls in the race, will compete in a repechage on tomorrow morning's program. I would imagine races 115 to 121, so definitely tomorrow. Exactly 100 races on today's schedule, the opening day of a big Australian Rowing Championships here at the Champion Lakes Regatta Centre.
Meg Castles from Mersey, Barker from Mersey in Station 7 on this side has probably hit the lead. Interesting, Richard, that's 100 races today, and we talk about getting things ready for the Olympics in 2032. The venue for the Olympic rowing will probably be Lake Waikato. And only 550 allowed at the Olympics. That could be reduced going forward as we bring other Mickey Mouse sports in. Sorry, did I say that?
Diversity and inclusion, right? That's what we're apparently going for. I must say, but I did a regatta in Geelong a couple of weekends ago over 3 days. About 480 races we squeezed into 3 days on the Barwon River. So you can certainly have some busy days when you look to squash extra race into the program.
So the Mersey sculler on the far side, Lily Barker, on this side I should say, is leading Meg Castles of Mersey. There look to be 2 different coloured singlets to me there, so I need to...
There's certainly 2 different coloured boats, which makes it, makes it interesting.
Zoe Kaur is in 3rd place for Melbourne Girls College. I'm not familiar with Melbourne Girls College, Richard.
They're a school in Richmond, so inner city Melbourne. Quite a successful sculling program. Particularly in recent years, so they're pretty competitive at the regattas around Victoria.
Right, in Richmond, okay.
Based in, right on the Yarra. They've got their own boat shed, not far from, I think across the water from the Hawthorn Rowing Club possibly, but on that upper stretch of the Yarra around Richmond is the Melbourne Girls College.
Is that where I went through in the train only a few weeks ago when I was in Melbourne?
You may well have seen it from your train window, that's right.
Drum by the look of it. But,
these 2 Mersey scullers putting on a good race here, and it's very difficult to line them up with the entire course between them. But Meg Castles is on the far side from where we sit, but actually closest to the cameras watching on the live stream. And that distinctive, we call that a purpley pink boat of some sort on the lane close to us is Lily Barker of Mersey. So you'd think one of those 2 will take the qualifying spot. The direct quarter-final qualifying spot as it is, and then 3rd place. Now that would be the Melbourne Girls College sculler that we just talked about, Zoe Kaur. But as they head towards the finish here, and we try and align our bearings at this new course for most of us certainly here in the commentary box, it is very tight between these 2 Mersey scullers on opposite sides of the course. Meg Castles and Lily Barker as they head across. It will be the far side. So lane 2, Meg Castles of Mersey claims the one and only direct qualifying spot through to the quarterfinals in the under-19 women's single scull. 2nd place does go to Lily Barker, also of Mersey. Then Melbourne Girls College, Zoe Kaur will finish in 3rd place. 4th there, the
Lucy
yellow boat
McFarlane.
Is Lucy McFarlane from Centenary, of course. And 2 to come home. University of Queensland looks to be our next sculler. That is Felicity Bishop. And then Gippsland Grammar, a school from Sale in regional Victoria. Zoe Hornline there will finish in 6th position in a few strokes' time. So it is Meg Castles, after all that, coached by David Tippett. And Merv Tippett at the Mersey Rowing Club on the Mersey River in Devonport, Tasmania, who goes through to claim the first quarter-final spot in the under-19 women's single scull.
And one of the first trailers seen on the Nullarbor was the Mersey trailer. I was getting reports through from people who were on there, and I saw photos of the Mersey trailer on Monday or Tuesday. I think it might have been, could have been Monday, might have been Tuesday. I saw photos. So I'm not sure if Dave and Merv Tippett brought it over themselves or not, but they've been coaching for a long time at Mersey and doing a terrific job. And the evergreen Merv Tippett and Dave Tippett doing a sensational job. Heat 2 of the under-19 women's single scull underway. Progression once again first only to the quarter-final. Lane 1, Commercial, Bethany Harvest. Lane 2, Bundaberg, Georgia Mortimer. Lane 3, Trinity Lutheran, Ruby Hodges. Lane 4, Carrum, Amber Tullock. Lane 5, North Esk, Layla Hucker. Lane 6, Yarra Yarra, Sophia Miller. And lane 7 is Pulteney Grammar, Emma Newhouse.
And they are well into the third 500 metre here. Some pretty long race times this morning, as we'd expect with the head breeze blowing down the course. But I would expect to see Sophia Miller of Yarra Yarra showing out towards the pointy end of this race. And it does look to be the case there in the yellow boaters are about to go through 1,500 metres. And it is indeed Sophia Miller there who leads the race. Sophia Miller won the bronze medal in the under-17 women's single scull this time last year at Ngambie when she was rowing for the Glebe Rowing Club, but she's since seen the light and moved to Melbourne and is now racing for Yarra Yarra and also Toorak College, who she competed for last weekend in the head of the schoolgirls regatta.
Have you renounced your Queensland citizenship? Have you become a Victorian?
Well, I was born there actually, so I always have been, but I've lived there for 8 years now, so I think it's getting close to re-qualifying for residency anyway. But it's great to see someone go from Sydney to Melbourne and continue their rowing career. And Sophia Miller's had a very good season. Second place in the head of the schoolgirls regatta, behind Zara Kafuri, who we'll see, I think, in a later heat of this event as well. So a very competitive sculler and successful last year at the Nationals as well, and she does sit here in first spot ahead of. It looks like then, is it the Karam sculler possibly next? Amber Tulloch.
Yep.
Another Victorian from the National Water Sports Centre, the course that was built for the never to quite happen Melbourne Olympics in 1996, but still used regularly for regattas in Victoria, and trained on by the Karam Rowing Club in the distinctive fluoro colours.
Hosted the 1992 National Championships at the National Water Sports Centre.
That's correct.
It's great to see the Yarra Yarra sculler Sophia Miller, coached by Dave Orchard. And Dave's my vintage. He rowed against me back last century when he was rowing for Toowong in Brisbane, and moved to Victoria a number of years ago, and continues to produce fantastic rowers, does Dave Orchard, and well done to him on a long and distinguished coaching career. Those Karam colours are distinctive, Richard.
They are, yeah. In Queensland you'd call it Somerville green, but in Victoria it's Karam green, fluoro green, very distinctive. But and she's made up a fair bit of ground here late to Amber Tulloch. Second heat of the under-19 women's single scull and go straight through to the quarterfinal and skip a round of racing. Amber Tulloch will finish second for Karam. In between those two is Layla Hucker, another of our Tasmanian rowers from the North Esk Rowing Club in Launceston. Fourth then on the far side, the commercial colours there, Bethany Harvest. And then Georgia Mortimer of Bundaberg. So a couple of Queenslanders fill the next two spots, 4th, 5th and 6th. Another Queenslander, in fact, Ruby Hodges of the Trinity Lutheran College, helping us out with a distinctive green-coloured boat there. Very easy to spot. And 7th will go the way of the South Australian sculler, Emma Newhouse from Pulteney Grammar. So it's Sophia Miller through to the quarterfinals of the under-19 women's single scull.
And Heat 3 is on the course. In Lane 2, Trinity Lutheran from the Gold Coast, Scarlett Wood. Lane 3, Fremantle Rowing Club, Emma O'Neill. Lane 4, Bedford College, Zoe McIntosh. Lane 6, Yarra Yarra, Zara Kafuri. And lane 7 is Sydney Rowing Club, Liesl Page.
The ever informative Lizzie Chapman, who's been here studying for a week already, informs us that Liesl Page was the winner of the junior women's double scull at the Henley Women's Regatta in the middle of last year, of course, on the famous Henley course.
Well done to Lizzie, who's been here for the last week doing the commentary at the Australian Canoeing Championships hosted by Paddle Australia on this very course, which concluded yesterday about lunchtime or so. So Western Australia hosting Australian Canoeing Championships and Golden Oldies Rugby at the same time. And
the surf boats.
And Saturday, the Australian Surf Lifesaving Championships began, and they're running concurrently with the Australian Rowing Championships. So Western Australia is certainly the place to be in March and early April, Richard.
It is indeed. I'll resist the temptation to say anything tonight at this point, but it's great to be here in the West for a big couple of weeks. That was great to hear Lizzie's voice last week too, and she'll be with us right through this week if you can make it till Sunday after already a tiring few days, I'd suggest. But it's certainly a busy time of year when all this racing action is on. It is Liesl Page too, the sculler from Sydney Rowing Club, who does lead here through on lane 7 in this third heat of the under-19 women's singles scull. And Zara Kafuri, I mentioned during the previous heat, the clubmate of Sophia Miller at Yarra Yarra, who won. Zara Kafuri won the under-19 women's single at the Victorian Championships and was beaten into second place in a photo finish in the schoolgirl single scull at the same event. So she is certainly one of the top schoolgirl scullers in Victoria. And she won the head of the schoolgirls title, in fact, in Geelong a couple of weeks ago. But it sits in second here behind Liesl Page of Sydney Rowing Club. So she's coached by Lachlan Carter, Donovan Check and Felix Djur. And Zara Kafuri of Yarra Yarra, coached, as Ray mentioned before, by Dave Orchard, as is Sophia Miller, who won the previous heat. But a pretty clear lead here to the Sydney Rowing Club sculler on lane 7. So does look like she'll be the one to move through to the quarterfinals. And probably third a couple of lanes further across. It may in fact be a Fremantle sculler. I think there is that Emma O'Neill in lane 3. The local West Australians at this regatta, coached by Keely Atchison. Neville. Bradford College, Zoe McIntosh, and Scarlett Wood from Trinity Lutheran on the Gold Coast, again in the dark green boat on the far side of the course from where we sit, although the close side of the course if you're watching on the cameras. She sits in about 6th spot. But the race leader certainly is with the Sydney Rowing Club sculler here, who is very, very comfortable too, not working too hard in the closing strokes. Neither, it must be said, is Zara Kafuri from Yarra Yarra. But she'll have to go through the extra round of racing into the repechage to continue on in the under-19 women's singles scull. But a big win here, and a comfortable win certainly to Liesl Page of Sydney Rowing Club on lane 7, who wins the third heat of the under-19 women's scull. About 3 lengths or so back then to Zara Kafuri of Yarra Yarra. She will finish in second place. Third then, it is the Fremantle sculler over in lane 3, Emma O'Neill. Finish ahead of Remy Neville from Griffith University, Surfers Paradise Rowing Club. And tight for 5th and 6th in the end. Still a few strokes to go. Some 50 or 60 metres left for our next two. But Zoe McIntosh and Scarlett Wood will both go through to tomorrow morning's repechages of the under-19 women's single scull. Determined to give our photo finish operator a bit of work early in the day here as they head across. It will just be in the centre there. Zoe McIntosh taking out 5th and Scarlett Wood into 6th position. So that's 3. Halfway through the field in this big event.
And the next race is Heat 4 of that event. Lane 2, Tasmanian University, Olivia Walter. Lane 3, Rockhampton, Fitzroy, Georgia Brennan. Lane 4, Swan River, Alessio Sirocco. Lane 5, Melbourne Girls College, Mia Harrison. Lane 6, Hunter Valley Grammar, Annabella Thornton. And lane 7 is Fremantle, Olivia Park. So again, the first only to advance directly through to the quarter final. And they're at about the 1,000 metre mark. Just a head breeze, just making racing a little slower today. But conditions, it's going to get warmer as the week goes on, Richard. I understand it's going to be 30 degrees on the weekend.
I've noticed that. It builds up by a degree or two a day. It's only at 25 or 26 today, but 30 by the end of the week and potentially a bit more over the weekend. So the temperature will rise, I think, in more ways than one as the week progresses here at the Nationals in 2023. But it is certainly a wonderful facility here in the outer suburbs of Perth. We're about, 25 minutes, I think, from the CBD of Perth in the southeastern suburbs here at Champion Lakes, this new course that hosted the Nationals initially back in 2012, I think it was, for the first time, so 11 years ago.
Yeah, so an Olympic year, and the Nationals were held here, and successful Nationals, and the venue has matured greatly in that time. I had the pleasure of coming back after 2012 to do the Masters here in 2019, and I stayed up the road. During about 30 minutes and $4.40 for the day. It's the cheapest public transport in Australia, and around buses going around the city all the time, which are free. It's a fantastic city, Perth, and the only thing was I didn't get down to the Pavilion, the new Rowing Western Australia cafe and restaurant there. But, it was on the other side of the river, so I couldn't quite get there. But a wonderful day held in Perth, and the public transport is to be commended here as this race is unfolded, with Mia Harrison certainly having the look back nearly a length clear of Olivia Park.
This is another of our Melbourne Girls College scullers in this race. So lane 5 there, Mia Harrison, coached by Glenn Fishman at Melbourne Girls College. Glenn Fishman was previously involved in the program at Carrum, who we mentioned earlier, but now coaching at MGC, and certainly building a fairly successful program there at Melbourne Girls College. So she led the race. Fremantle's Olivia Park was in second place, and Georgia Brennan of Rockhampton Fitzroy Rowing Club was in third, as they come through now with around about 300 or so metres to go. It still does look like it is the possibly the Rockhampton Fitzroy still sits in third place, as she was with 500 metres to go. So once again, first place only through to the quarter-final here, and after a strong finish to the race, it does look like it will be the Fremantle sculler Olivia Park, coached by Keely Atchison. Got a few entrants in this event, taking out one of the placings a couple of races ago as well. But certainly here will be Fremantle ahead. In fact, Melbourne Girls College there dropping back to third place, probably Mia Harrison, because coming home strongly too on the other side of the course is Georgia Brennan in the blue there for Rockhampton Fitzroy. But it's the sculler from Fremantle on lane 7 who will take out this fourth heat of the under-19 women's single sculls. She's through. The Swan River sculler, Alessia Sirocco. The red colours then on the other side of the course will be Olivia Walter from Tasmania University, and sixth place will go to Annabella Thornton of Hunter Valley Grammar in a few strokes time as she approaches the finish as well. So 4 heats concluded in the under-19 women's single. The back to Stuart John.
Hey Richard, how are you?
Lovely, Stuart. Great to be here. How are you?
It is absolutely fantastic to be out here, and it's nice to be in a little bit of warmth. It's just fresh.
I think.
Underway. It's heat number 5 of the women's under-19 single sculls, with first going through to the quarter-final, the rest going through to the repechage. Lane 2 from the University of Queensland and the Queensland Academy of Sport, Eliza Bridgefoot, coached by Gus Rodero and Ben Southwell. Lane 3 from Melbourne Girls College, Libby Tribe, coached by Glenn Fishman. Lane 4 from St Patrick's Townsville, Sarah Burke, coached by Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen Burke. Lane 5 from Mercy Rowing Club down in Tasmania, Olivia Yeats, coached by David Tippett and Merv Tippett. Lane 6 from Swan River Rowing Club, the local, Ruby Hughes, coached by David Moharich and Lachlan Vanderven. And Lane 7 from Bundaberg Rowing Club, Asia Heaps, and she's coached by Rodney Dix. So we've got a few more heats to go, so 7 heats in total for the women's under-19 single sculls before we move on to the men's under-19 single sculls. So
which I think has even a bigger field, the men's single.
Last year for the Australian Rowing Championships, there were about 40 entrants from West Australian clubs. This year it's about 400.
Wow.
So there's a lot of people.
That certainly swells the numbers, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's a lot of people that, well, why wouldn't you? You've got the opportunity. You don't have to go across the country. Even to go across to Adelaide from Perth is a fair old hike. And there was my social media feed, I think, was
full of trailer trips, wasn't it, last week?
That galah halfway across the country.
A lot of selfies were taken on the way, but yes, no, it's a tough trip, but the West Australians do the same every other year to head off to the east, so it's certainly only fair we come and visit occasionally. It's been 11 years. Race. She is a Queensland sculler, so her boat would have certainly come across in one of those many trailers from the eastern states. So Eliza Bridgefoot, lane 2, leading it from another Queenslander. It was Sarah Burke from St Pat's of Townsville in lane 4, who possibly win the prize as the farthest club to travel to this regatta. We'll test out my geography, but Townsville to Perth.
It's a fair old hike. There's no direct...
There's no easy way. There's no easy way.
No, and the roads...
Tasmanians may have a similar argument, but probably with the boat trip involved. But
and there's no easy way across the top at the moment because there are a lot of roads that are closed off in the northwest of WA as well, so making it a little bit difficult. And then also Asia Heaps from Bundaberg Rowing Club, I think, was sitting in third there. Going through the 1,000-metre mark. So
Ray's stepped out at the wrong moment because the Queenslanders are suddenly sitting in the trifecta at the moment. Be up and about if he still had the microphone turned on. But it's great to see the geographic representation in these heats too. We've got scullers just in this race from Queensland, 3 from Queensland, 1 from Tasmania, 1 from Victoria, and 1 from Western Australia as well. And of course, plenty of New South Wales and South Australian scullers we've seen in the previous heats as well. But our leader is very, very substantially out in front here. That is certainly the colours of the University of Queensland Boat Club. Eliza Bridgefoot, who goes through with what must be one of the biggest leads of the day so far. It's literally daylight second as she passes through 1,500 metres, and now the rest of the field appearing into view. So Eliza Bridgefoot, 6:08.30 her time there through the first 1,500 metres, and it's almost a 19-second margin back to Sarah Burke of St Pat's of Townsville, and another 6.5 seconds into 8. 3 lanes 2 to lane 7 in the top 3 spots, but only our heat winner will move through to the quarterfinals directly. And it's not that often that quarterfinals are required in these events, but obviously in these single sculling events with a big field, that is certainly the case in this particular event, and the men's under-19 single scull to follow.
Yeah, and Eliza Bridgefoot, who is our leader at the moment, she was third in the women's under-19.
Racing at Penrith that weekend rather than at the regattas around Victoria, and it's obviously the same for the Queensland clubs as well.
Yeah, exactly right. And because the racing at New South Wales Championships, there was some very long days that were going on. I think the Friday was from 8 o'clock in the morning through till 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and then on the Saturday it was 7:30 in the morning through to about 7 o'clock at night. There was some I think a few of us sounded like Darren Lockyer gargling a vacuum cleaner.
I was listening to you and Lizzie and others there too, in between the couple of regattas going on in Ballarat that same weekend. But we were finished and had our feet up at the bar, and you were still calling races from Penrith. So well done for that. But certainly here it continues to be Eliza Bridgefoot. Only got a few strokes to go now, so this will become, I think, possibly the biggest win of the day. Also, she's possibly put the cue in the rack a little here at the end of the race with a very, very comfortable lead, and can start to prepare for her quarterfinal to come. So Eliza Bridgefoot will go through to those quarters, and the minor placings remaining unchanged here. Still the next 2 scullers from Queensland, St Pat's and Bundaberg Rowing Club. So Sarah Burke will be second, Asia Heaps will be third, and then back to the other 3 scullers in the race. I think it's Mersey next up. That will be Olivia Yates from the Mersey Rowing Club.
And then just a little bit ahead, Livy Tribe and Ruby Hughes from Melbourne Girls College and Swan River About even at the moment coming into the last 150 metres or so. So a nice little battle going on there between 5th and 6th, but a very strong win there. Nearly 23 seconds between first and second. Eliza Bridgefoot from the University of Queensland and the Queensland Academy of Sport. From Bundaberg Rowing Club in third. Confirmation there, Olivia Yeats from Mersey Rowing Club coming through in 4th place. And then in the battle for 5th, we do have Livy Tribe from Melbourne Girls College just out in front. She's opened out about a boat length lead over Ruby Hughes from Swan River Rowing Club. As they're coming in now to the last 50 metres or so here at the finish. So that's heat number 5 of the women's under-19 single sculls. As we just wait, confirmation there, Livy Tribe from Melbourne Girls College coming through in 5th ahead of Ruby Hughes from Swan River in 6th place. Our next heat is coming down the course now. It's heat number 6 of the women's under-19 single sculls. Lane 2 from Commercial Rowing Club in Queensland, Paris Reed, coached by David Vandus. In lane 3 from Norwood International High in South Australia, Angelica Chia, coached by Brenton Terrell and Matthew Walker. Lane 4 from Commercial Rowing Club in Queensland, Melina Wilcox, coached by David Vandus. Lane 5 from Marucci in Queensland, Alana Scott, coached by Christy Stoddard. Lane 6 from Sydney Rowing Club, Neve Tierney, coached by Lachlan Carter and Felix Dew. And in lane 7 from the West Australian Rowing Club, Sinead Redding, and she's coached by Stefano Belosso.
And it was those last two scullers you mentioned there, Stuart, who are first and second after 1,500 metres of this 6th heat, the penultimate heat of the under-19 women's at single scull. So Sinead Redding of the West Australian Rowing Club and Neve Tierney of Sydney on the, as we call it, the spectator side of the course, the boat park side of the course, certainly, that the finish tower here is located on, and the island. A very similar design here to the Olympic course at Penrith, no doubt.
Our 1 and 2, first going through to the quarterfinal, the rest going through to the repechage. So a chance here for the local to be able to get the day off.
Yes, a win on her home course, likely coming up, you would think, because the quarterfinals, have to check the schedule actually. The repechages will certainly be tomorrow morning. The quarterfinals may in fact be tomorrow afternoon, because the semis will have to be raced on Wednesday. It's a big program with potentially 5 races involved if they go by the repechage to the finals. Yeah,
exactly right. And then throw in some of the doubles, the quads.
This won't be their only event. So, yes, it's a big week. And as we mentioned, it is going to get warmer as the week continues too. But well in control here is the West Australian Rowing Club sculler, Sinead Redding, coached by Stefano Belosso. Only about 100 or so metres to go, a bit less than that now, in fact. And she leads it by 2 lengths, the sculler from the West Australian Rowing Club. So Sinead Redding will take out heat 6 of the under-19 women's single scull, and she'll win it by about 2.5 boat lengths as she comes up to the finish line now. So Sinead Redding finishes first, Neve Tierney second for Sydney Rowing. Commercial, who'll be next in the blue colours on the western side of the course. Paris Reed of Commercial, coached by David Vandus. They're fairly spread out once again in this heat. Next few scullers still to come home. That'll be Marucci's Alana Scott, it looks like, in lane 5. I think that's the first appearance by Marucci River Rowing Club in this regatta. She's coached by in 5th place, and Angelica Chia of Norwood International High will finish 6th.
As we just move to heat number 7 of the women's under-19 single sculls. This is our final heat for this event. Lane 2 from Nagambie Rowing Club in Victoria, Lily Rose Hall-Kraus. In lane 3 from Centenary in the Queensland Academy of Sport, one of the big favourites for this event, Sophie Malcolm, coached by Michael Obstelton, Gus Rodero and Ben Southwell. Lane 4 from Ballarat City Rowing Club, Meg Shaw, coached by Grant McKechnie. Lane 5 from Canberra Rowing Club, coached and Dave Romano. Lane 6 from Sydney Rowing Club, Lucy Searle, coached by Adam Harrison and Andrew Gannon. And Lane 7 from Newcastle Grammar, Alice McReady. And I think this particular one is going to see, there's about 3 names in there that I can see that are very, very quick. Sophie Malcolm from Centenary Rowing Club, Imogen Lang from Canberra Rowing Club, and Lucy Searle from Sydney Rowing Club. All very talented scullers. So I think, Richard, we're in for a nice little race here.
We are with my Victorian bias. So I'd throw in Lily Rose Hall-Kraus 2 over in lane 2 from Nagambie, who was 4th at the head of the schoolgirls a couple of weeks ago. So a pretty well-credentialed sculler too from the Victorian ranks. But Sophie Malcolm was 2nd in this event last year. So I think the Centenary sculler probably is the one to beat here. She was 2nd last year behind Talisa Noak, driver of the Sydney Rowing Club, who's not contesting this event this time around. Of course, being under 19, you can't stay at that level for too long, unfortunately. But Sophie Malcolm, as effectively a 17-year-old, took the silver medal last year, and she is certainly one of the scullers to watch, but not having it all her own way. It's pretty tight for the lead here as they come through the 1,500 metre mark of this course. And the lead is, in fact, with Lucy Searle. As you suggested, Stuart, that's Lucy Searle from Sydney Rowing Club on lane 6, coached by Adam Harrison and Andrew Gannon. And Sophie Malcolm, indeed, is there in 2nd place for Centenary. She's coached by Michael Stelton, Gus Rodero and Benjamin Southwell at Centenary on the upper reaches of the Brisbane River.
And we just see Imogen Lang from Canberra Rowing Club coming through in 3rd. She had a good couple of runs. I think she was women's under-19 single scull winner at the ACT Junior Championships, and also won the schoolgirls at the ACT Head of the Lake, and also 2nd in the schoolgirls single sculls at New South Wales Championships earlier this year. So a handy rower.
Indeed. It's amazing how the form all comes together at this time of year. They've all been racing, in many cases, at their own regattas in their own states, and this is where they really...
Sydney Rowing Club out in front at the moment, about a boat length or so ahead of Sophie Malcolm from Centenary. And even though they're both in the same heat, I dare say we're going to be seeing both of these scullers go through to the final in a few days' time. So Lucy Searle, coached by Adam Harrison and Andrew Gannon, just leading Sophie Malcolm from the Queensland Academy of Sport, Michael Stelton, Gus Rodero and Ben Southwell. And then Imogen Lang from Canberra Rowing Club and the ACT Academy of Sport sitting in 3rd place at the moment. There's a fair amount of clear water between 2nd and at the moment, and then back a little bit further, Alice McReady from Newcastle Grammar, and then Ballarat City's Meg Shaw. But out in front, it is Lucy Searle from the Sydney Rowing Club. A nice bit of clear water now between 1st and 2nd as they come up towards the finish line. She's got about 50 metres or so to go, and a nice little one just to lay down a little bit of a marker even in these early heats in what is probably the strongest of the heats. So we'll see a win there for Lucy Searle from Sydney Rowing Club, finishing ahead. Lowering the rate of striking, keep a bit of energy for a little bit later on for the guys that are on later, or even for the future events in the next few days. Imogen Lang from Canberra Rowing Club and the ACT Academy of Sport will come through and finish in 3rd, ahead of Nagambie's Lily Rose Hall-Kraus in 4th place. Coming through in 5th will be Alice McReady from Newcastle Grammar. We saw her down in Canberra with a big Newcastle at the stump. Through in 6th for the final heat of the women's under-19 single sculls. So Lucy Searle through to the quarter-final, with the rest going through to the repechage.
So we'll eventually work our way through to, I imagine, 28 quarter-finalists by the end of tomorrow's program. So the field will thin from around 50 or so at this stage. So there's repechages, some pretty cutthroat racing coming up for a number of rowers there.
Yeah, absolutely, and particularly in these junior events as well. You know, there's some really big entry fields.
Yeah, exactly as is the case in the under-19 men's single scull, where the event we turn. Lane 1 in this first heat is Henry Pitt from the Hutchins School. Lane 2, Angus Scott from Radford College. Lane 3, Patrick Robbie of Huon. Lane 4, Austin Vincent from Fremantle. Lane 5, Max Blatchley of Hunter Valley Grammar. Lane 6 is Corey Stevens from the Bundaberg Rowing Club. And Lane 7 from Norwood International High in Adelaide is Igor Zarubin, the lane 7 sculler. So the first of 7 heats, Stuart, and once again, the winner only to the quarterfinals, and the remainder will race a repechage tomorrow morning.
And it makes an interesting one, doesn't it, when you've got it where you've only got the first person going directly through to the quarterfinal. If you're close to finishing in first, do you put in the extra bit of effort to get the day off, or do you take the extra bit of rowing?
Yes, it's different tactics, I guess, for different athletes. Some do prefer to have an easy warm-up row and then go through and race every round, but others, I'm sure, would appreciate the rest, especially just say if they're racing in doubles and quads and various other boats over the course of this week here. So it remains to be seen. This is certainly closer than some of the female heats we've just seen, but the lead possibly narrow with the sculler there in the centre. Might be the Fremantle Rowing Club, possibly. We'll get confirmation shortly as they come through with 500 to go. Austin Vincent is our race leader in the middle lane there from the Fremantle Rowing Club, ahead of Max Blatchley of Hunter Valley Grammar, who was in second place. And then Igor Zarubin, the Norwood International High sculler from South Australia, was third. Angus Scott was next, but very tight between our top 3, certainly barely a second. Were our race leaders. The technology, of course, just working itself out in the early stages of this regatta, as is often the case. Lots of people madly running around when I arrived early today, still plugging things in. Championships regatta, but a good line of scullers across the course. And from my view, it's the outside lane. Possibly it is Igor Zarubin there of Norwood International High, who has decided he wants a race off. And it's power. Brenton Terrell coach sculler there. Igor Zarubin from Norwood International High in South Australia does look to be the clear leader now by a couple of lengths, tight for second and third between Vincent and Blatchley there in the middle lanes. But it is certainly Igor Zarubin, the sculler from Norwood International High, leads by about a length or so. Not sure Hunter Valley Grammar is giving up the chase here. Max Blatchley, who was second at 1,500. The first and third place scullers either side of him have swapped positions. He remains second, but the race lead now is with the sculler on lane 7, and it will indeed be Igor Zarubin of Norwood International High who'll take the first heat of the under-19 men's singles sculls. So our first quarter-finalist has been determined. Max Blatchley finishes second. Third goes to Austin Vincent. Fourth, finishing pretty strongly there, is the... Then we'll go to Angus Scott. Sixth and seventh was tight. Possibly Henry Pitt of Hutchins just ahead of Corey Stevens from Bundaberg. So some good racing there in the opening heat of the men's under-19 singles scullers. All 7 scullers come home within, well, not too big a margin, but certainly Igor Zarubin, a strong finish, and he takes out the opening heat.
Yeah, very strong finish there, and it's a good finish from Patrick Robbie from Huon Rowing Club. It looked like he was going to come through in 5th, behind Angus Scott from Radford College, and then a big push towards the end there. So,
which will be important potentially as far as lane allocations are concerned for the quarterfinals. The higher you finish, of course, the more preferable the lane draw will be. So every spot is worth something in these heats.
So race number 21, the second heat of the men's under-19 singles sculls. Lane 1 from Canberra Grammar, Cash Kazakov. Lane 2 from Lake Macquarie, Caelan Routley. Lane 3 from Swan River, Benjamin Sutherland. Lane 4 from Caulfield Grammar, Casper Tabian. Lane 5 from Hutchins, James Moy. Lane 6 from Hawthorn, Max Curry. And Lane 7 from Sydney Rowing Club, William Rogers. It is William Rogers who is out in the lead ahead of Caelan Routley. Max Curry sitting in third place, then back less than a second to Casper Taben in 4th, and then Ben Sutherland from Swan River in 5th, James Moy from Hutchins in 6th, and we're just waiting on confirmation of the final placing for Cash Kazakov. He has the lead at the moment going through the 1,000-metre mark of the men's under-19 singles sculls.
Yeah, I can't see the sculler in the far lane there, Stuart, unfortunately. So Cash Kazakov of Canberra Grammar not listed as a scratching, but not sure if he did start the race or not. But the others first Max who's there in third. A couple of heats time. William Rogers, who continues to lead, is extended now to about 3 lengths after 1,500 metres over Max Curry, who is now up in. And Casper Tabane is up into third. So Caroline Routley of Lake Macquarie, who was sitting second at the halfway mark, now back into 4th spot. But as we mentioned earlier, tactics can be very personal in these races. He may have decided he wasn't going to win the heat and get the quarter-final spot. So repechage in this under-19 men's single. Huxley and Donovan Seck.
Yes, some nice clear water between. Sitting in third place ahead of Caitlin Routley. Boys. Taban from Caulfield Grammar just sitting in third place. On the far side there, going in front of the tents. It's a lovely setup they've got here with all the big tents set up, and then you can see all the club tents all along as well, the different colours. So we'll be getting some great views of that. We're just boat length. And he will cross the line in first place, go through to the quarterfinal. A win for Will Rogers from Sydney Rowing Club, second going to Max Curry from Hawthorn Rowing Club. A nice little push there in the end, put him under a little bit of pressure, but William Rogers able to hold off and take that qualification position. Coming through in Swan in and
gets across for the win. He'll go through to the quarterfinal, and the remainder of the field will race again tomorrow morning in the repechages of the under-19 single. Their races 1-2-2 to 1-2-8 tomorrow. Now, Heat 3 is underway. We have just got confirmation too, so we Heat 3 make its Team Hong Kong. Gibson. The Valley Grammar in 3, Hayden Williamson. Gibson Quarry in lane 5, Patrick Stanley. Lockie Heath of lane 7 from the Mossman Rowing Club.
Hong Kong has a few entrants that's in VR2 scale. Now I'm over at the New South international.
It is. It was about 2013 or so, and the first.
I think the men's PR3 pairs will be up against the PR2 singles, so that will be interesting. You know, it's a nice little way to challenge yourself.
Indeed. No, we look forward to seeing a lot of the para races coming up over the next couple of days, and certainly seeing Stuart John on the water too in his spare time. I'm not sure how you're going to fit everything in this week, but we'll give it a go anyway.
Look, you got to keep busy, Richard. You just got to keep busy. As we just see Patrick Stanley leading Lockie Heath in heat number 3 of the men's under-19 singles sculls. So Patrick Stanley from the Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, he's coached by Amos Noon. He's leading Lockie Heath there from Ballarat Grammar, coached by Paul Commons. And then back a little bit further to the Hong Kong sculler Pak Hong Chen, and then Hayden Williamson from Hunter Valley Grammar sitting in 4th place. And through the 1,500 metre mark, and then we'll see our last 3 scullers coming across. So we've got Kobe Reeves from Mossman Rowing Club sitting in 5th ahead of Jada Frith from Gippsland Grammar in 6th, and Curtis Wilmot also from Gippsland Grammar in 7th. So I dare say there'll be, even though they're sitting in 6th and 7th, there's always that intra-club, intra-school.
Yes, definitely from the 2 Gippslanders. And out in front here too, we've got, as was the case in the previous heat, the top 2 are side by side, so a bit more active racing between them, and it did look as if Lockie Heath of Ballarat Grammar was making up some ground on Patrick Stanley of Lake Macquarie. But now as they come into the last couple of 100 metres, I think that Patrick Stanley has seen off the challenge from the Ballarat Grammar sculler and does look set to take out the only direct qualifying spot through to the quarterfinals of the under-19 men's singles scull. Consensus, but in the dark boat there with the Ballarat Grammar colours, but it is certainly the sculler from Lake Macquarie. Patrick Stanley from the Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, coached by Amos Noon, continues to be the leader by a length or so. A good finish on the far side too by our international sculler Pak Hong Chen of Team Hong Kong in a very clear 3rd spot. He'll have to race again in the rapid charge, as will Lockie Heath in 2nd place. He has closed to within a length still, but it'll be a couple of seconds, so enough of a margin certainly for the sculler from Lake Macquarie, who is steering quite close together, our top 2 there as well. Just a bit off course, the Ballarat Grammar sculler in 2nd place, but the win goes the way of Patrick Stanley of Lake Macquarie, 2nd to Lockie Heath from Ballarat Grammar, who's certainly worked hard there over the concluding stages. 3rd place then, Pak Hong Chen of Team Hong Kong. And then a few lengths back to the distinctive colours of Hunter Valley Grammar, it would be in 4th place. That is Hayden Williamson. And then we have Mossman, who'll be 5th. The 2 Gippsland Grammar scullers. Looks like that battle will be won by Jada Frith ahead of Curtis Wilmot, but they've still got a few strokes to go to complete the 2,000 metre course. He recovers, gets away from the boys, and comes across in 5th spot. So Kobe Reeves 5th, Jada Frith 6th, and 7th will go the way of Curtis Wilmot from Gippsland Grammar.
So we move on to race number 20. The men's under-19 singles sculls. Lane 1 from Marist College in the ACT Academy of Sport, Darcy James. Lane 2 from Trinity College, Xavier Chandina. In lane 3 from Unley High in South Australia, Club Archie Critchell. In lane 6 from Rockhampton Fitzroy Rowing Club in Queensland, Thomas Miller. And in lane 7 from UTS, Jack Power. So again, we're seeing, well, I was going to say, as well as the international rowers, Richard, one of the things that I'm really seeing, particularly with these single scullers, is a lot of regional entries coming through.
Yeah, there are. No, the single scull, I guess it's the perfect boat for any club can have an entry. You just need the one athlete. The way through to South Australia, the ACT, and a Trinity College sculler too in lane 2. They were the winners of the West Australian Head of the River, held on this course, what must be, I think a week ago, must have been, yes, last Saturday. And That's Javier Chidina there racing in lane 2. I'm assuming he was a member of that crew, although we probably should check that to be absolutely certain. But Trinity College certainly the winner on in this competition as well. So we're about 2/3 of the way through this race. We'll soon get some time checks coming through from the 1500 metre mark, in fact. And right, in fact, with a margin back on the rest of the scullers towards the other side of the course. Second place, Darcy James from Marist College. Archie Critchell of Hawthorn Rowing Club sitting in 5th place. And a couple more still to come across that timing point, so fairly spread out here. And also we will see Thomas Miller from Jack Power from the UTS Haberfield Rowing Club in Sydney.
Yeah, it's a strong lead there, and we've got Darcy James from Marist College, Canberra, sitting in 2nd place at the moment. Really looking forward to seeing him go in the double sculls along with Jesse Rosen from Marist College. So they've been dominating at New South Wales level, obviously at ACT level. A really good shot at the national title in the double scull later on. And also we'll see Jesse in the next race coming up as well, and he'll be another one to look out for, particularly in the single sculls.
Yes.
So both very talented young scullers coming out of that Marist College program.
Yeah, excellent. Developing school program in the ACT as well, who we'll see more over the course of this regatta, but certainly is UTS Haberfield Jack Power, who continues with this substantial lead here on lane 7 in this 4th of 7 heats in the under-19 men's single scull. So we're at the midpoint of racing as far as this particular event is concerned for today. The repêchages will take place tomorrow morning, but that will not bother Jack Power of UTS Haberfield, who will go straight through to the quarterfinals with a clear lead of some 4 boat lengths over the sculler on the far side of the course. Darcy James, as Stuart mentioned, from the Marist College in the Australian Capital Territory. He'll finish in 2nd place and go through to the repêchage with pretty good form. And behind him, we will then see Unley High's Jasper College, and 7th will go the way of Thomas Miller from the Rockhampton Fitzroy Rowing Club.
Club, James Young. Lane 2 from Fremantle Rowing Club, Oscar Lowry. Lane 3 from Marist College, Canberra and the ACT Academy of Sport, Jesse Rosen. Lane 4 from Norwood International High, Oliver Evans Wood. Lane 5 from Winduri Ballarat Rowing Club, Angus Murfitt. In lane 6 from Ballarat Grammar, Jonty Fall. And in lane 7 from the Southport School up in Queensland, Jed Galley.
I think you've picked this one, Stuart. Jesse Rosen, the sculler to watch, and he had a substantial lead at the halfway mark of the race. There it is, 4.7 seconds in fact for the coached here, of course, in Perth by Mark Beer on the wide open expanses of the Swan River.
It's a nice even race, this one. There's not a lot between all of our scullers. It's no big gaps opening up at the moment. Probably the biggest gap is between 1st and 2nd with Jesse Rosen out in front at the moment. So he's coached by Tom Krieber and Dave Romano, as part of that ACT high performance program.
Who were trained on Lake Burley Griffin? Is that where they're all?
That's right. So they're out at Yarralumla Bay, and then they'll go out, pop in, say good day to the Governor General on the way past, and then
he'd be very pleased to see him. He's a great supporter of rowing, is the Governor General, I understand.
He is one of their excellencies. Government House every year, so a chance to really come together as a rowing community. But the Governor-General was actually a rower himself. He participated in the Disher Cup for the Royal Military College back in the 70s from memory. So that's the annual regatta between the Australian National University, the Royal Military College and the Australian Defence Force Academy. And we saw in this season the Australian Defence Force Academy, they had some really good schoolboy rowers going through and won that for the first time in 10 years.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So it's not so good for ANU in the men's eights, but certainly it was great to see ADFA come through and win that one, with the women's eights winning for
front here, still in this fifth heat of the under-19 men's singles scull. It's the Southport School's Jed Galley who sits in second place. I think Ray may have mentioned earlier today about the Southport School being narrowly beaten into second spot in the Brisbane Head of the River a couple of weeks ago. A photo finish with the BBC, a suspenseful photo finish for those watching the live stream. It took, I think it was 2 or 3 minutes. It seemed like a long time for the result to come through, and I must admit, it did look like the Southport School thought they'd won it, but the photo said otherwise, and BBC won for the third year in a row.
Yeah, that was an amazing race. And those ones where it never ceases to amaze me when you've got these big eights going down the course over 2 kilometres, and it comes down to a bow ball between first and second.
It really was. It was incredible, and it was great to be able to sit and watch that without having to actually be at Warralon and keep up to date with that racing. But it's getting close here, Stuart. Jesse Rosen not having it all his own way in the Southport School, as they do, finishing strongly. And have a look at Jed Galley here come down lane 7. He is getting up almost on terms with the sculler from the ACT or Marist College Canberra, Jesse Rosen, who might still have his boat just in front. I would think he's doing enough. He has to put a couple of big strokes in late, and he does increase the pressure. And he'll hold on by probably a length and a half on the line. So a good finish from the Southport School, but Jesse Rosen leads all the way and takes out Heat 5 of the under-19 men's singles scull. But I would watch out for Jed Galley in the repêchages to come in the high-vis cap there of the Southport School. That'll be Wendouree Ballarat, I think, in third place in the red colours. That's Angus Murfitt, who should finish third, coached by Paul Blandfield and Sam Hutchinson on Lake Wendouree. Fourth on the far side. Ahead of Oliver Evans-Wood from Norwood International High, and 7th from Fremantle is Oscar Laurie. So tight there for the lead, and also for some of the minor placings in that 5th heat of the under-19 men's singles scull. But Jesse Rosen will progress, and Jed Galley a strong finish there as well on behalf of the Southport School.
Moving on to heat number 6 of the men's under-19 singles sculls. In lane 1 from Radford College, Hamish McKee. Lane 2 from Corio Bay Rowing Club, Charles Rardon. In lane 3 from Nudgee College, Chad Willett. Lane 4 from the West Australian Rowing Club, Kieran Redding. In lane 5 from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Luca Free. In lane 6 from Wendouree Ballarat, Joshua Matheson. And in lane 7 from Huon Rowing Club down in Tasmania, Julian Winter. And the lane 3 sculler is the one to watch out for from St Joseph's Nudgee College up in Brisbane. Chad Willett, you can see there through 1,000 metres already with a 5.5 second lead over Charles Rardon from Corio. Dominate the schoolboys singles sculls. He is a very quick sculler, and I'll be keeping an eye out on him for Brisbane 2032.
Yeah, he was second in this event last year. And hello to George and Raylene Willett watching us on the live stream and messaging through regularly that their son Chad is in a pretty strong position here in this race too. And look, I'm sure to be hopefully go one better than his silver medal last year, behind Adam Holland, the South Australian who won this event last year. And as is the case with our female winner, now rowing out of the under-19 age category. So Chad Willett from Nudgee. In lane 3, of course, part of that very, very strong program over many years at Nudgee College, winning a number of Head of the Rivers largely with the assistance of John Bowes, who of course is no longer at that program, now working instead for Rowing Australia and doing various things overseas and in the USA as well. But Nudgee still a strong program up in Brisbane.
So
of Rowing Australia, who's climbed the many steps to the finish tower, something I wouldn't recommend doing too many times over the course of the week. It's a long way up here, but it is great to see Ian here and the hardworking staff of Rowing Australia who've done so much, of course, to put this regatta on.
As we're just coming up towards the 1500 metre mark, it is Chad Willett from Nudgee College out in front, and a lot of clear water between himself and second place. So we're just seeing there Charles Rardon from Corio Bay. No slouch with in the scull himself. He's 7 seconds behind in second place. And then Joshua Matheson from Wendouree Ballarat sitting in third. Luca Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise in fourth place. So we've got about 12 seconds between first and fourth. Then back a little bit further, Kieran Redding from the West Australian Rowing Club sitting in fifth place on his home ground, so to speak. And then we go back a little bit further to Julian Winter, it looks to be from the Huon Rowing Club. And then again, Hamish McKee from Radford College to make up our field through the 1500 metre mark.
We may have to seek a ruling here, Stuart, on pronunciation because it is a West Australian. So Kieran, you say Reading. I see Reading, I'm not sure, but I know they have Derby and Derby pronounced differently in the West, so we may have to check.
Albany.
Yes, exactly. So is it Reading? Is it Reading? I think there was must have been a sibling rowing earlier today, so we'll have to. And he remains out in front in this race. He's been chased down the course in a lot of red colours here chasing, but it's Wendouree Ballarat, the red of Wendouree Ballarat, ahead of the Griffith University Surfers Paradise sculler, also in red, and then the blue of Nudgee College. Certainly easy to spot here amidst the field of red. So Chad Willett, Adam, to the quarterfinals of the under-19 men's single scull as he looks to go one better this year. Still several rounds of racing to go and a huge field here in this event. The Corio Bay sculler also possibly in fact in second place, still there on the other side of the course. He will probably finish second, but Chad Willett will take the win. He comes across now on lane 3. So it's Nudgee College in first place. Charles Rardon of Corio Bay Rowing Club, coached by Lee Hall Sullivan, will finish second. He'll go through to the quarterfinals. Another Victorian third in Joshua Matheson of Wendouree Ballarat. Fourth then is Luca Free, another of the burgeoning Free empire there, coached by Duncan Free and Christopher Holliday on the Gold Coast. Duncan's son, Luca Free. And then it will be Kieran Redding, maybe, of the West Australian. He'll finish fifth. Sixth will go to the lane 7 sculler from Huon in Tasmania. That is Julian Winter. And on the far side, the western side of the course, Radford College and the ACT, Hamish McKee. On the course.
Way. In South Australia, Cooper Hoskin. Lane 3 from Rockhampton Fitzroy, Timothy Connor. Lane 4 from Ballarat Grammar, Oliver Harris. Lane 5 from Fremantle Rowing Club, Remy Payne. And in lane 6, Ballarat Grammar's Charlie Savage. And then lane 7 from Sydney University, Oliver Klotz. He's coached by Don McLaughlin. So again, first going through to the quarterfinal, the rest going through to the repechage. That's races 122 to 128. Remy Payne was leading through the 1,000 metre mark. He just a little bit ahead of Cameron Parker from Scotch Oakbourne, and then back to Cooper Hoskin from Christian Brothers College. Oliver Klotz sitting in fourth place ahead of Charlie Savage, Timothy Connor and Oliver Harris. So not much between first and second at the moment. Remy Payne and Cameron Parker, our two leaders at the moment. So the Fremantle Rowing Club, Remy Payne and then Cameron Parker from Scotch Oakbourne College down in Tasmania. Our first two scullers through the 1,000 metre mark. So following this race, we'll move on to the first of our crew boats. We've got some women's under 19 pairs, the men's under 19 pairs. A couple of heats before we move back to the single sculls and the women's and men's and women's under 21 single scull coming up in about 10:40 or so. So plenty of good racing. We'll be moving on to the crew boats. First of the crew boats for the regatta coming up shortly. But out in front at the moment, it does look to be Remy Payne from Fremantle Rowing Club, who's just opened up a little bit of a lead. Scotch Oakbourne down in Tasmania as they're coming up through the 1500. Cooper Hoskin from Christian Brothers College looking like he's probably about a boat length back in third place at the moment, and then also Oliver Klotz from Sydney University sitting in fourth place. But out in front now, the local Remy Payne from the Fremantle Rowing Club. He's coached by Kevin Neville, and he's got himself about a boat length and a half ahead of Cameron Parker from Scotch College. So 2 seconds our difference between first and second at the moment. Third place, Cooper Hoskin from Christian Brothers College in South Australia, and then coming through in fourth place, it does look to be, so this is through the 1500 metre mark, coming through in fourth does look to be Charlie Savage from, Oliver Klotz, sorry, from Sydney University ahead of Charlie Savage from Ballarat Grammar. And then back a little bit further to Timothy Connor from Rockhampton Fitzroy and Oliver Harris from Ballarat Grammar. Oliver Harris sitting in sixth and Timothy Connor from Rockhampton Fitzroy sitting in seventh place. So Remy Payne still out in front, but we're just seeing a little bit of a push now come from Cameron Parker from Scotch Oakbourne over in lane one. So Remy Payne from Fremantle Rowing Club, as I say, coached by Kevin Neville. Cameron Parker from Scotch Oakbourne in Tasmania. He's coached by James Russell. Only one of them get to go through to the quarterfinal of the men's under 19 single sculls. The local has the lead at the moment. And 3, Oliver Klotz from Sydney University, just being pushed a little bit here by Charlie Savage from Ballarat Grammar, and then Oliver Harris also from Ballarat Grammar sitting in 6th place ahead of Timothy Connor from Rockhampton Fitzroy Rowing Club. Out in front, we've seen Remy Payne lead from start to finish. He had a 2-second lead coming into the 1500 metre mark, but Cameron Parker from Scotch Oakbourne, it's a chance to be able to go through, to have a race off, to not have to go through the repechage. And Remy Payne from Fremantle Rowing Club just easing now, a few strokes coming up, but he will go through and take the win in heat number 7 of the men's under 19 single sculls. So a nice win there for Remy Payne from Fremantle Rowing Club. Cameron Parker from Scotch Oakbourne will finish a boat length ahead of Cooper Hoskin, who had a nice finish there in third place. So a big push coming through there from Cooper Hoskin from Christian Brothers College down in South Australia. Coming up here in the battle for fourth place, Sydney University's Oliver Klotz being pushed hard from Charlie Savage from Ballarat Grammar, but he will go through and finish in fourth place. So fourth to Oliver Klotz from Sydney University, fifth to Charlie Savage from Ballarat Grammar, with then it looks to be the second Ballarat Grammar sculler, Oliver Harris, coming through in sixth, and then Timothy Connor from Rockhampton Fitzroy Rowing Club making up our field. So a win there for Remy Payne from Fremantle Rowing Club. He'll go straight through. As we move on now to the first heat for the under-19 women's pairs. So the start and Club, Abigail Cox and Olivia Nan. Lane 4 from Farn School in Tasmania, Molly Crosby and Annabelle Fry. Lane 5 from Wilderness School in South Australia, Imogen Hawker and Gia Rinaldi. And in lane 6 from Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club, Katie Jackson and Lucy Richardson. So first, second and third to go through to the semi-final, with the rest going through to the repechage. So only 2 going through to the repechage, the rest going through to the semi-final. It is Wendouree Ballarat leading comfortably through the 1,000-metre mark. They had a 12-second lead over the Canned crew in lane 2, and then Wilderness coming through in third ahead of Mercantile and the Fayan School from Tasmania.
And this, Stuart, is a very well-credentialed crew from the Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club. They're better known as members of the Ballarat Clarendon Cox 4 that has swept all between before them in Victoria and Australia in the last couple of years, and both Katie Jackson and Lucy Richardson also rowing in the Australian under-19 8 last year. And we will see some more of those Ballarat Clarendon rowers. And the Schoolgirl 4, but Jackson and Richardson here racing now for the Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club. So they've moved boat sheds only 100 metres or so around the curve there on Lake Wendouree, up at the start end of the 2,000 metre Melbourne Olympic course from 1956, and they will looking set for a pretty strong regatta here too. So
nearly seconds between third and fourth, Can leading Mercantile by a couple of seconds. So it's going to be an interesting battle there for that final qualification position for the semi-final, and we can see them just coming down the course now. So the Tasmanian crew in lane to the repechage that'll be on we've got the crew from Wilderness School sitting in second place, maybe just getting their noses out in front, and then Cairns maybe just leading Mercantile as they're coming in towards the last 250 metres. Out in front, Katie Jackson and Lucy Richardson. They're coached by Jamie McDonald and Paul Blanchfield. They've led from start to finish. They've only got calm down a little bit. It looks lovely rowing conditions out there at the moment. They'll go through. It's a win for Katie Jackson and Lucy Richardson from the Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club. Now in the battle for second and third, we do have the Mercantile crew just seem to have dropped off the pace a little bit. Canned Rowing Club, Lillian Slatter and Molly Salisbury out just a little bit ahead of Imogen Hawker and Gia Rinaldi. But no, Wilderness, will come through in second place. So second place going through to Wilderness. They'll go through to the semi-final, as will Canned Rowing Club. And then we've just seen at the end there, a big push there from Fayan School in Tasmania just to get ahead of Mercantile. So a win for Wendouree Ballarat. Second place going to Wilderness School. Third going to Canned Rowing Club, with fourth to Fayan and fifth to Mercantile. Semi-finals, so that is Wendouree Ballarat, Wilderness and Canned, with our other 2 crews going through to the repechage.
Well done to Wendouree Ballarat, the winners there. The Wilderness School in second going through, and Canned Rowing Club as well. As we shuffle chairs in the commentary box once again. Thank you to Stuart John for his work over the past hour or so. And we have a race underway here, which is the second heat of the under-19 women's Cox's pair, the second of 3 heats it will be in this event, with a field of 5 once again. Kinross Walleroy racing in lane 2. Townsville and JCU racing in lane 3. The University of Queensland lane 4. Swan River and Fremantle, and all West Australian composite in lane 5. And Swan River Rowing Club racing in lane 6. And welcome back, Lizzie Chapman.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yeah, Kinross Walleroy. We've got Millie Lane and Ayla Ryan in this crew, coached by Andrew Gannon, who's doing a great job there at the club. We've got Maya Williams and Nisha Hammond in the Townsville JCU crew. They're coached by Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen-Burke. the University of Queensland Boat Club is Georgia Montague and Minea Bishop, coached by Phil Bourguignon, recently returned from quite a few years over in Great Britain. Great to have him.
Yep.
Yeah, great to have him back here in Australia again, though. Really is. Lila Fieves from Fremantle. That's not related to the Jono Fieves family, is it? Yeah, it's an unusual surname.
We'll need a local ruling on that one as well, I think. Yes.
Yep, Greta Spencer from Swan River. So Mark Beer, who's the Swan River head coach, he'll know. Alex Thompson is the Fremantle coach. And then the Swan River crew, Isabella Edinger and Stephanie Potmar, coached by Mark Beer, David Murich and Michael Hinsley.
I know we won't have to ask you, Lizzie, for your ruling on the pronunciation of this name, which I'm pointing to now. That's clearly reading.
Well, I would say Reading, but that's...
I knew you would. I knew you would. But
I've been caught out by that here in
Yes,
Australia. Yep. Alice Reedy, or is it Reddy?
One day we'll get it right. But it was the West Australians who led here through the halfway mark of this race. So, yes, unsure about the lineage of Lila Fieve of Fremantle, but throwing there with Greta Spencer of Swan River in an all-West Australian composite pair in lane 5, and they led through. Ahead of the Queenslanders, Georgia Montague and Minea Bishop. And the top 3 will go through here, so third place still important. It was Kinross at halfway, Millie Lane and Ayla Ryan, coached by Andrew Gannon.
And of course, this is a lot of these names will be familiar if they were surrounded by the rest of their crew, but once they split out into pairs, it's quite interesting, isn't it? And it really shows the shift for those states that have their junior women's rowing up until now. It really shows that shift then into club rowing and the desire to represent. So junior trials coming up soon over at the Sydney International Regatta in Sydney, and some of these coxless pairs will be trying out combinations ahead of those. University of Queensland, and then quite away, according to our timers, 22 seconds almost, back to the Swan River crew, and then Kinross Walleroy in 4th.
And tight for 3rd and 4th, which will be interesting as they come into the closing strokes of the race. So 3 will move through to the semi-finals. So those semi-finals will take place on Wednesday, and then the repechage for the up for grabs here, at least as far as this event is concerned, for our top 3. And there seems little doubt that in the centre lane, Swan River, Fremantle and University of Queensland will take. Then side, maybe now up into 3rd spot ahead of Kinross Walleroy, but we'll see as they close in on the finish line how those 2 crews line up.
And Kinross Walleroy, quite renowned for their strong finishes, and they have lifted their rate, but so have the Swan River crew, clearly practicing a race plan and lifting beautifully together there, actually. It's quite good timing.
And out in front, it continues to be the West Australians, that composite crew, Lila Fieve of. They're clear by 2 lengths from the University of Queensland, and they'll both go through to the semis of the under-19 women's coxless pair. So Swan River Composite in 1st place. University of Queensland will finish in 2nd. The race for 3rd continues on. They are quite a few lengths back behind our leading 2 pairs, but it is still certainly Swan River there. Isabella Edinger and Stephanie Potmer there in 3rd place, coached by Mark Beer, David Mohoric and Michael Hinsley. The combination from Swan River ahead of the blue boat of Kinross Walleroy. So Swan River finished 3rd. They'll go through to the semis directly and to the repechage. In 4th place go Kinross Walleroy, and in 5th place go Townsville and James Cook University, Maya Williams and Nisha Hammond over in lane 3, with still a few strokes to go for that pair from far north Queensland.
Well, it's a beautiful shot on the screen now of us, Richard. We'll just wave.
It's a worry being on camera, isn't it? But it's probably a good thing. Lizzie, I don't know. Maybe that's just me. But yes, it is interesting. The camera's on the other side of the course here, so
yes.
All the vision coming back at us. And that is our home here for the next week, the Big Finish Town, which Lizzie's already moved.
In coached by John Trovas. In lane 3, Roseville College from Sydney, Sienna Meany and Hannah Alexander, coached by Gonzalo Briones. In lane 4, St Patrick's of Townsville, Loretto Marriotteville, Fern Rosenbauer and Emily Lang, coached by Dario Sportelli. And our final crew is in lane 6, Bundaberg Rowing Club, Asia Heaps and Georgia Mortimer, coached by Rod Dick.
Who both rode in the single scull an hour or so ago.
Did they really?
Those two, separately of course, but Asia Heaps and Georgia Mortimer just showing the length of their program here, racing in the single scull heats at the beginning of the day, and now only a 2.5 hours into the regatta, and they're doing their second 2,000 metre lap of the course here, the Bundaberg combination on lane 6. But it's the Wilderness School who leads here. Isabel Jackson and Zara Hoadley, coached by Jonathan Trovas, a churchy old boy from Brisbane, I believe, now coaching in South Australia. And hello also to Ben Manifold, if you're watching on the live stream, who is also very involved in the rowing program there at the Wilderness School, and I think might be making his way over to Perth later in the week. So a strong churchy connection there in the Wilderness School program in Adelaide, and a strong lead too for Isabel Jackson and Zara Hoadley from the Wilderness School, who have just over 6 seconds, 6.07 over St Pat's of Townsville in lane 4, Lily Bragg and Sarah Burke, coached by Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen-Burke. And Loretto Marriotteville, another Adelaide school there in third spot, about 6 3/4 seconds further back. The second of the South Australian combinations in this race, both looking to qualify directly through for the semi-finals. Fourth was Roseville College from Sydney, Sienna Meany and Hannah Alexander. And fifth was that Bundaberg combination, that rather tired Bundaberg combination, I would have thought. They've rode the single sculls already, but Asia Heaps and Georgia Mortimer, coached by Rodney Dick, who look like they'll have to go through the repechage to qualify into the semis of the under-19 women's coxswain pair, but no such problem for the Wilderness School out in front in this race.
And they are the bow and stroke girls of the first 8 that represented at the head of the river there in South Australia and won the silver medal. So nice to see them continuing their rowing journey by representing the school here at the National Rowing Championships, or Australian Rowing Championships we should call it, shouldn't we?
We should indeed, and they're getting pushed here late but by the St Pat's of Townsville, Lily Bragg and Sarah Burke, who have made up a bit of ground it seems. It was about 6 seconds at 1500. It's probably still close to that now, but in fact about 2 boat lengths, so no serious concern for the Wilderness School on the far side of the course, the car park side of the Champion Lakes Regatta Centre, the western edge where the power lines along the length of this 2,000 metre course, which of course you can't see on camera because the cameras are on that side as well. But they're getting good shots here of the Wilderness School pair coming into the closing strokes now, and they'll move comfortably through to the semi-finals of the under-19 women's coxswain pair and race again on Wednesday morning. So a good race here by Isabel Jackson and Zara Hoadley, their coach Jonathan Trovas, as they go across in first spot by 2 lengths. It is still in the end. Second place will be the
We now have the first heat of the under-19 men's coxless pair. So if you're looking at a programme, this is race 30. The first 2 will progress to the semi-final and the remainder will progress to a repechage. In lane 1, we have Tyson Woodley and Jacob McGinley of Pulteney Grammar. In lane 2, representing Prince Alfred College, South Australia, Marcus Gibson and Karathanasopoulos and Benjamin Shuttlewood. In lane 4, club, Liam Yeager and Liam Davis. In lane 6, coached by, from the Hutchins School, Charles Lee Song and Rowan Sanderson. And our third crew from the Hutchins School of Tasmania in the same heat, in lane 7, Sam Michael and Campbell Mounter. All three of those Hutchins School crews are coached by Andrew Palmer. The Fremantle crew is coached by Kevin Neville, the Southport School by Cameron Kennedy, the Prince Alfred College by Mitchell Moore, and Pulteney Grammar by Kyle and Nicole Shoonby.
So Hutchins, 3 pairs, so half the field in this race from the Hutchins School in Tasmania, 2 from South Australia, Pulteney and Prince Alfred College, and Fremantle as well. And gee, it was close between 2 of those Hutchins combinations at the halfway mark of the race. Just 0.2 of a second separated those crews. It looked like it was the 2 Hutchins combinations on the eastern side of the course, closest to the boat park and the finish tower side here, who were the top 2. That was Sam Meikle and Campbell Mounter in lane 7, Charles Lee Song and Rowan Sanderson in lane 6, both coached by Andrew Palmer, as is the 3rd Hutchins combination of Jacob Fielder and Oliver Hart in lane 4. And they're about to come through 1,500 metres, and still not much between these two. Some great intra-school racing here from the Hutchins School of Tasmania. About half a length is the margin now, so it's gone from 0.2 to 0.98, almost a whole second for Hutchins lane 7, ahead of Hutchins in lane 6. Fremantle there in 3rd place, Liam Jager and Liam Davis, who are coached by Kevin Neville. And then Hutchins in 4th place as well, Jacob Fielder and Oliver Hart. So the 4 crews in the end are across the course in reverse lane order. Lane 7 leads 6 and 5 and 4. And in fact, the pattern continues with that empty lane 3 with the scratching of the Southport School, but Prince Alfred College in lane 2 are in 5th place, and Pulteney Grammar in 6th on lane 1. So the 2 South Australian combinations there at the rear of the field, and it's the Tasmanians certainly racing well here for at least 2 of the 3 qualifying spots. In fact, only 2 qualifying spots on offer here. Should in the under-19 men's Cox's pair, 1st and 2nd only, will go through to the semi-finals directly and race on Wednesday, and the remainder of the field to the repechage. So it looks like it'll be Hutchins and Hutchins. The order still to be completely sorted out, but I do still favour the inside lane there. Meikle and Mounter, the 2 rowers for Hutchins in lane 7. The Hutchins School there. Fremantle, Liam Jager and Liam Davis, but they remain in 3rd spot. They are gaining some ground on the 2nd place Hutchins combination late in the race. Lane 7 is cleared out. Sam Meikle and Campbell Mounter will certainly take the win here. And will Hutchins hold on for the Quinella, or will Fremantle pinch this late? They've got about 2/3 of a length to make up, and it will be a little bit too much. So Hutchins lane 7, win it by 2 lengths from Hutchins lane 6. Half a length then back to Fremantle in 3rd. A strong finish, but not enough to avoid the repechage for the home combination there in the centre of the course. And Hutchins will finish in 4th place as well. Jacob Fiedler and Oliver Hart about to come across the line now. And then our 2 South Australian pairs on the western side of the Champion Lakes Regatta Centre. It is Prince Alfred College, first of all, Marcus Gibson and Angus Rickard Bell will finish in 5th place. And from Pulteney Grammar, also in Adelaide, Tyson Woodley and Jacob McGinley will take out 6th position.
Our second heat of the under-19 men's coxless pair is now in progress, with St Augustine's in lane 1, represented by Tarnay Potts and Oscar St-Pierre. In lane 2, Ballarat Clarendon from Vickery with Zachary Lang and Alexander Moffat. In lane 3, from the Friends School in Tasmania, Alex Rackham and Kerwin James. In lane 4, from Sydney Rowing Club, Jackson Gersoy and Maxim Maloney. In lane 5 from the Bundaberg Rowing Club, Lachlan Simpson and Nathan Davis. In lane 6 from St Peter's College in South Australia, Hamish Scott Young and Tom Edwards. And in lane 7, another crew from the Hutchins School, Falcon Palmer and Archie Stewart.
So through halfway, it is Sydney Rowing Club leading here. Jackson Gersoy and Maxim Maloney on lane 4 ahead of St Augustine's. In second place, Tane Potts and Oscar St Pierre, coached by Judith Ungermuck. So it's 2 Sydney combinations, first and second at this, or 2 New South Wales combinations, Sydney Rowing Club and St Augustine's College. Hutchins of Tasmania in third, so I'm assuming that's the rest of the 8. We saw 3 Hutchins pairs in the previous race. And again, this race sitting in third spot, but only 2 will go through from this particular heat, the second of 3. Augustine's the top 2, and then it was the Hutchins School of Tasmania, Falcon Palmer and Archie Stewart there in third place. They were coached by Andrew Palmer. And they were the Head of the River winners from Tasmania 2 weekends ago, and this is the full Hutchins 8. So 3 pairs in the previous event and 1 in this race. So that was the Hutchins crew that won the Tasmanian Head of the River at Lake Barrington. A very picturesque course that we were fortunate enough to watch national championships at 2 years ago. So Hutchins certainly a school to watch when the School 8 races come around. But warming up here in the pairs racing, and they've already got 2 crews through to the semis, but some work still to do here for lane 7 from Hutchins. So Sydney and St Augustine's continue to be our top 2, and it's a pretty comfortable lead to Sydney Rowing Club there in front, and similarly comfortable in second place, you'd still say, for St Augustine's. And then Hutchins third ahead of St Peter's College of Adelaide, who were the South Australian Head of the River winners a week or so ago. They sit in 4th position as well. But our top 2 do look pretty comfortably clear. There's been no great change over the last 500 or so metres of this race. So Sydney and St Augustine's looking for the 2 qualifying spots to go through to the semi-finals. That will be Wednesday's races, the semi-finals. And the repêchages will take place tomorrow. Races 130 and 131 will be those repêchages of the under-19 men's Cox's pair, likely to feature, or they will feature, 5 of the one. Then have, no, it's St Peter's, I should say, on this side have come through strongly as well. Hamish Scott Young and Tom Edwards, they were 4th, but after 500 metres, they might be up into 3rd place now. And St Augustine's on the far side, possibly some work to do, because Hutchins, Falcon Palmer and Archie Stewart are certainly coming home strongly on the Judges Tower side of the course. So lane 7, the eastern side here. It remains the lead with Sydney Rowing Club in the centre of the course, but the 2 crews on opposite sides, St Augustine's in 1 and Hutchins in 7, are fighting out for second spot. Hutchins on the far side, and just put the foot down enough to possibly hold on to second place, but the gaps are certainly closing all over the field here. St Peter's still there in 4th place as well. So Sydney out in front. St Augustine's look to be making ground on our race leaders. They have to, because Hutchins are closing quickly too on lane 7. But in the end, the order will remain unchanged, but it's compressed a lot over the last 500 metres. Sydney win it by a length from St Augustine's in second place, and third will go to the Hutchins School lane 7, who hold on to third but can't get up into the top 2 for a direct qualifying spot. 4th place will go to St Peter's, who are through to the repêchage as well. 5th will be Ballarat, Clarendon, Zachary Lang and Alexander Moffat over in lane 2. They will also progress through to tomorrow's repêchages, and there are still a couple of combinations yet to come home. Friends and Bundaberg will be in 6th and 7th spot. Friends, Alex Rackham and Kevin James. And 7th place for Bundaberg, Lachlan Simpson and Nathan Davis in lane 5 to complete the second of 3 heats in the under-19 men's coxless pair.
And the next heat is already underway. That's Heat 3 in the under-19 men's coxless pair with Christian Brothers in lane 2, West Australian Rowing Club and Swan River Composite in 3, St Augustine's in lane 4, Tasmania University in lane 5, St Peter's College in lane 6 and the University of Queensland in lane 7. The Christian Brothers crew is Sam Jackson and Lachlan Hancock. The West Australian Swan River Composite is Harper Davies from Swan River and Joshua Hantke from West Australian. Dougal Mackenzie and Joe Lynch are our St Augustine's College crew. Hugo Wilkins and Josh Fielding, Tasmania University. Xavier Van Oygen and Albert Howard from St Peter's College, South Australia. And our Queenslanders in the race are Bailey Clark and Finlay Harris. James McRae is the coach of St Peter's College. Well-renowned international from here in Australia. Judith Ungemark, a well-renowned international rower from Germany, is the coach of St Augustine's, and Randall Martin and Peter Toon are the coaches from the lane 3. The St Augustine's College crew, by the looks of things, in lane 4, and then the Bailey Clark Finlay Harris crew from the University of Queensland in lane 7, neck and neck across the field. About 250 metres left to go. And it's the crew from Swan River and West Australian who are pushing up into the lead. University of Queensland a little confused there by the change of colour of the boys so early. But it did catch me unawares, I must say, when I was doing the canoeing, because of course you do a 200-metre start in canoeing, and the red boys were before the 200-metre start, and I was like, hold on, it should be 100 metres.
Good to be adaptable, Lizzie.
But it's also good to get to know when you row on a different lake, to actually have a look at things like that, so you know where you are.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially if you're used to it only being the last 100. So that UQ crew just had a little wobble there. They've straightened back up again now, looking good, looking strong. But they can't progress. Oh, they can progress through to the semi-final because they've managed to stay ahead of St Augustine's.
So there's lane 3, the West Australian Rowing Club composite crew there. Across to take the win. Second will go to University of Queensland, lane 7. They will be the 2 direct qualifiers through to the semi-finals of the under-19 men's coxless pair. St Augustine's will finish in 3rd. Dougal Mackenzie and Joe Lynch. They will go to the repechage tomorrow. And the next 3 in pretty quick succession will come across the line as well, headed by, it looks like, St Peter's College 4th, the Redboat of Tasmania University in 5th, and Christian Brothers from Adelaide will finish in 6th place over in lane 2. So it's the West Australian Swan River composite combination, Harper Davies and Joshua Hantke, who go through to the semi-finals in company with University of Queensland, Bailey Clark and Finlay Harris, coached by Randall Martin and Peter Toon, from the 3rd heat of the under-19 men's.
In progress now is the first heat of the under-21 women's single scull, with the first sculler to progress through to the semi-final and the remainder to the repechage. In lane 1, representing Sydney University Boat Club, Zoe Bond. In lane 2, representing Sydney Rowing Club, Laura Cypher. In lane 3, representing Adelaide University, Victoria Binns. In lane 4, from Mersey, Ella Spalding. In lane 5, representing Sydney University, Gabrielle Geldard.
So we move up an age category here, Lizzie. We've been through the under-17s and under-19s so far this morning. Now the under-21 women's field here, with some 4 heats required at this level of racing. And it will be the top, the winner only, in fact, from each of the heats, who will go through to the semi-final directly. So the winner of each race here will be able to skip a day's racing and avoid the repechage round tomorrow. And as we do head up towards the halfway mark of this race through towards 1,000 metres, heading past the very active construction site here too on the eastern side of the Champion Lakes Regatta Centre. A lot of new housing obviously being developed in this area in recent years. No doubt thrilled by the prospect of living close to an international standard rowing course. That would certainly get me to buy a house anyway, but I might be on my own there.
Yes, I know. We were just saying earlier, we hope they know what they're buying next to.
You want to be an early morning person, wouldn't you?
I'm quite interested. I might have to have a word with the entry secretary here, because the Sydney University sculler Zoe Bond, she was in the junior women's double last year with Talisa Noak, driver of Sydney Rowing Club. She's actually an NSWIS scholarship holder, and she's coached by Alfie Young. And in lane 2 from Sydney Rowing Club, also from the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Laura Cypher, coached by Lachlan Carter, Felix Dürr and Donovan Check. Laura was in a double scull with Liesl Page, who we saw take out her heat in the under-17 women's single earlier. And the women's regatta. Victoria Binns, we recognise her name. She has been one of our forefront scullers, coached by Torn Bornos for some while when she was at Loreto Marriotteville, thank you,
yes,
sorry.
Adelaide.
Always the one I struggle with. And Tom now at Adelaide University, and so is Victoria Binns. So it'll be interesting to see how she goes.
It does look as if the Mersey sculler Ella Spalding in the centre of the course might be up with our lead. We're not getting any timing data at the moment, Liz, so that's why we're just having to talk amongst ourselves and try and work out what's happening. But Ella Spalding, lane 4, looks to be up there, along with, I think, Gabrielle Geldard, is it, across on this side of the course. The Queensland sculler there in the yellow colours of Toowong Rowing Club, coached by James Doring and Leo Karademetris. Across to the other side, certainly Zoe Bond and Laura Cypher, the two Sydney scullers that Lizzie just mentioned, although Laura Cypher, of course, a Queenslander originally from that great rowing nursery at the Rockhampton Grammar School, and had great success in this regatta for many years.
Right. Yes, I'd forgotten about that. And Ella Spalding, whose sister was racing earlier on for Mersey, and I am absolutely sure that we saw Gabrielle race earlier on. I'm just flicking through the entries. Perhaps not, perhaps I am imagining it. But strong sculler Gabrielle Geldard, coached by James Doring and Leo Karademetris there at Toowong.
I think the lead may be still with the scullers on the other side of the course, where it's tight between Laura Cypher, Zoe Bond, and also Victoria Binns, and then Gabrielle Geldard on this side for Toowong. They're certainly our top 4. There seems a little doubt about that. And only one will go through, so first place is very, very important here, as they are now well inside the final 500 metres of this race. So on the camera side of the course, Laura Cypher of Sydney, Zoe Bond of Sydney Uni, Victoria Binns of Adelaide Uni, just heading now Ella Spalding of Mersey. But on this side, Gabrielle Geldard in the yellow colours of the Toowong Rowing Club, racing on her own on this side of the course. Plenty of action happening on the far side as Laura Cypher certainly starts to lift and Zoe Bond tries to go with her. Victoria Binns, I reckon, to be about 4th now. Time to start thinking about the repechage for some of those scullers, but first only can go through to the semi-final, and it will be determined really here over the concluding couple of 100 metres of this race. So the yellow colours there of Toowong on the finish tower side of the course. Gabrielle Geldard, coached by James Doring and Leo Karademetris. And then on the other side, Laura Cypher of Sydney Rowing Club, who may narrowly be the race leader. She is coached by Lachlan Carter, Felix Dürr and Donovan Seck, as Lizzie said, also a member of the New South Wales Institute of Sport program, along with Zoe Bond of Sydney Uni, who are the two scullers racing hard on the far side of the course for the one qualifying spot. They do look to be ahead now of the Toowong sculler on this side, Gabrielle Geldard, in 3rd place, it appears, as they head towards the closing strokes now of this race. And it's the sky blue of Sydney Rowing Club, clear by a length now, so the placings will come on the far side of the course. And Laura Cypher takes out 1st spot for Sydney. She is through to the semi-final. 2nd goes to Zoe Bond of Sydney Uni. 3rd, Gabrielle Geldard from Toowong. And 4th place then will be a lane 3 sculler, Victoria Binns from Adelaide University. 5th then Mersey's Ella Spalding. 6th from Sydney Uni is the blue boat there of Lily Gavin. And 7th place will go the way of Amy Florence from the North Esk Rowing Club in Launceston, where she's coached by Trevor Barrett.
I figured out where I know Gabrielle Geldard's name from. She was a silver medalist at the New South Wales State Championships in the under-21 women's double, so pretty handy sculler there. She'll have to make her way through the repechage, but we'll hopefully see her in the semi-final later. So also trying to progress through to the semi-final, Heat 2 of our under-21 women's single scull. Representing UTS Haberfield and rowing in lane 1, Sarah Fard, coached by Katie Healy. In lane 2, from Hong Kong, Cho Ki Ko. In lane 3, representing ANU, Elena Moran, coached by Nigel Harding. In lane 4, from North Esk Rowing Club, Morgan Brown, coached by Trevor Barrett. In lane 5, from the University of Queensland, Gemma Thompson, coached by Michael Russell. In lane 6, from Rockhampton Fitzroy, Georgia Slack, coached by Kim Byrne and Bonnie Byrne. And in lane 7, from Adelaide Rowing Club, Georgina Tager, coached by the real Ron Mobbs and Darren Potts.
Another one who drove across on the long journey over the Nullarbor.
Yeah, it was good to see him. I'm glad he arrived safely. Good to see you, Ron Mobbs.
The timing system's back on is the good news, Lizzie, so we can actually
and Ron
pay
Mobbs
attention.
will be happy because his sculler, Georgina Tager, is just less than half a second behind the very strong sculler, Sarah Fard from New South Wales. They're led by Matthias Ungemach, and she also coaches at PLC. Very strong sculler, and we can see on the screen there she's probably a bit more than half a second ahead now. So coming through the 1500 metre mark, Sarah Fard continues to lead. It's now Morgan Brown in second place, and she's pulled out in a huge distance. It's now 12.81 seconds according to our time. Is currently sitting in third place. Elena Moran from ANU. Also from our ACT High Performance Programme, she's sitting in fourth. Gemma Thompson currently sitting in fifth from the University of Queensland.
And unfortunately, Lizzie, I was just checking through the binoculars there, but Georgina Tager appears to be in the water down the course there in lane 7, because she was up in a very tight battle for second spot, and suddenly I couldn't see her in the race, but just had to move away from the fly screen section of the commentary box to get a clearer view, and she's being assisted by the umpires and the rescue boat down in lane 7. So Georgina Tager, who was well placed at half distance, unfortunately looks like she may not be able to complete this heat, or if she does, she'll certainly be at the rear of the field.
Interesting, isn't it? So if you're doing that well, if it was me, I think I'd jump back in the boat and try and get over the finish line so I made it through to the repechage, because presumably if you don't progress.
Yeah, I believe that's what the rules would require. You've got to at least complete your race. So she may well be get back in the boat and row over the course, and then can move on to the next round of racing in last spot.
But in the meantime, Sarah Fard continues to progress strongly across there in lane number 1, looking like she's going to have no problems at all in taking out this second heat of the women's under-21 single scull, where only one sculler can progress to the semi-final. The remainder will have to go through the repechage tomorrow morning.
So here, Field Rowing Club in Sydney. She is clear by several boat lengths here, so little doubt about the winner, and she'll move straight through to the semi-final of the under-21 women's single scull. She wins it by about 4 lengths on the finish line. Second in the centre of the course there. Looks like it will be the North Esk sculler from Tasmania. That is Morgan Brown. He'll finish in second place, but she'll go through to the repechage. Team Hong Kong, Cho Ki Ko in lane 2 will take out third spot. Fourth will go to ANU's Elena Moran. Another of the many scullers we've seen earlier today from the Australian Capital Territory. The University of Queensland will finish in fifth spot with Gemma Thompson. Sixth will go to and there is is a sculler there in the centre lane now, making her way down. It may well be that is the Adelaide sculler who's been assisted back into her boat. We'll get a closer look as she nears the finish section of the course, but it is UTS Haberfield Sarah Fard who take out the second heat of the under-21 women's single scull.
I think we'll be seeing her later. It's been confirmed, this is Georgina Tager from Adelaide Rowing Club. She's back in her boat. That's very good. And you can see lovely sculling there. Coached by Ron Mobbs and Darren. Is she has capsized. If she decides to swim into the bank and not complete the course, she would be removed from the event. She would be eliminated. But by getting back into the boat and sculling down the course, we call in rowing the repêchage, which is the opportunity to go again to refish, repêchage. Obviously knows the rules, taking full advantage of the opportunity to get through to the next round. And by the looks of things, from how she was competing before, we'll see her progress really strongly through the repêchage back into the semi-final.
It's usually the second day of this regatta, Lizzie, where you give us our French lesson about the correct meaning of repêchage, but we've gone for that early on the first day.
No, this was Razor. He started.
Okay,
he started it,
excellent.
not me.
Well, here comes Georgina Tager, but in those distinctive colours of the Adelaide Rowing Club, not dissimilar to the colours of the Adelaide Crows Football Club. Who are not enjoying their best season so far, but only a couple of rounds into the AFL season. But Georgina Tager will get the job done here in terms of qualifying for the next round as she completes the 2,000 metre course in a few strokes' time. She's into the Red Boys, as you pointed out, Lizzie. They are. So the Red Boys beginning, marking the final 250 of the course.
Yeah, I think so, yes. It's definitely before you get to 200.
Nothing like consistency to confuse them.
I wondered if perhaps they changed shade as you got into the last 100, but they don't.
Shades
so
of red.
You just need to know where 100 is.
If we have to start picking shades of red, we're in big trouble, I think it's fair to say, because my knowledge of colours is not that good. But Georgina Tager is going to come across here, and nice and slow, but some good rowing from her as she completes the course. And is across officially in 7th place in race 34, the second heat of the under-21 women's single scull. She'll move through to the repêchage, and she will get her second chance to fish tomorrow morning.
So the third heat is now in progress in the under-21 women's single scull. In lane 1, we have Mersey Rowing Club, represented by Lydia Tippett, coached by David and Merv. Russell. Catherine Green. Fitzroy Rowing Club, Georgia Crichton, coached by Kim and Bonnie Byrne. In lane 5, from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise Rowing Club, Ellie Clifford, coached by Chris Holliday and Duncan Free. In lane 6, from Penrith Rowing Club, Madison Joins, coached by Lindsay Callaghan. And in lane 7, from Melbourne University Boat Club, Meg Cartwright. Madison Joins, I know Lindsay Callaghan can't be with us here today, but I'm sure he'll be watching her, and I know she'll be phoning him later, so we wish her the best of luck. And Lindsay, very sorry not to see you here. I'm very surprised, given the Ron Mobbs drove across the country in his camper van, that Lindsay Callaghan didn't do the same, because Lindsay's got a state-of-the-art massive camper van that goes travelling around Australia regularly. He's really interested in gemstones. He's got a really interesting opal ring.
This is the perfect regatta for the caravan.
Perfect regatta to come looking for precious stones or semi-precious stones,
surely. Come for a month. I mean, there's a construction site digging things up down the course here. So, yeah, missed opportunity. But,
so it's not too late, Lindsay. There's a few days.
This is true.
You could still get here.
So it's Meg Cartwright who leads through here at the halfway mark of this third heat of the under-21 women's single scull, and she leads pretty convincingly too. Meg Cartwright rowing for the Melbourne University Boat Club, and I'm pretty sure I know she just coloured from Geelong. I think Meg Cartwright. There'll be many who'll correct me if I'm wrong there, but Meg Cartwright now from Melbourne University, but originally from Geelong, where she learned her craft on the waters of the Barwon River, another area that's been quite around Melbourne, but it was back in business early this year, and a number of big regattas have since taken place on the Barwon River course. But Meg Cartwright here now representing Melbourne University, of course, and training instead on the waters of the Yarra River in Melbourne, and she had certainly a pretty substantial lead here on lane 7 on the rest of the field across the course here in this third heat of the under-21 women's single scull. Possibly that Penrith sculler might be in second place. Madison joins, the aforementioned sculler coached by Lindsay Callaghan at the Penrith Rowing Club. Also up there in this middle section of the race. Looks to be the lane 4 sculler, Catherine Greenhill from Mersey Rowing Club. 2 Mersey scullers in this race. In fact, Lydia Tippett and Catherine Greenhill, both of course coached by David Tippett and Merv Tippett on the Mersey River in Devonport. So Cartwright on the eastern side of the course. Farthest boat away from the camera there. Madison joins for Penrith. Ellie Clifford of Griffith University Surfers Paradise would be the other sculler in contention for a top 3 spot. But it's all about first place here in these under-21 women's single scull heats, with heat 3 on the course and heat 4 also, in fact, underway. There was just a slight pause in racing there while the rescue was completed on our sculler. Continues to lead and lead comfortably here. 13.5 seconds she has on Madison Joins of Penrith in second place. And then it was Lydia Tippett, the first of those 2 Mersey scullers. So in fifth. In the centre of the course is the Rockhampton Fitzroy Rowing Club sculler, Georgia Crichton. In Rockhampton, but she is back in 7th place. But we'll still get the chance to race again in the repechage of the under-21 women's single scull. But down to the business end for our leading few scullers, and Meg Cartwright certainly for Melbourne University is very, very comfortably in front here in this under-21 women's single scull third heat.
Just doing a bit of sleuthing about Meg, because yes, the name is very familiar. Cardinia International College was where she went to school, and was very successful in the single there, and I'm pretty sure we commentated on her at both Lake Barrington and Nagambie last year, doing well in the single, and as you say, here she is leading strongly.
Yeah, so I'm glad it was correct. So Cardinia International College is a college in Geelong, so Meg Cartwright certainly has enjoyed great success in recent years, and has progressed there from school in Geelong now to the powerhouse club at Melbourne University, and she leads comfortably here, and she's well inside the final 100. Matt Tippett is here, but Meg Cartwright for Melbourne University Boat Club will take out the third heat of the under-21 women's single scull as she comes across the line now very, very comfortably clear and not looking overly troubled by her work there down the 2,000 metre course in what does appear to be improving conditions here again. It is tight for second, but Mersey Lydia Tippett will move up and finish in second spot by just over a length from Madison Joins of Penrith, who will finish third. They'll both go to the repechage in any event. 4th place, Ellie Clifford from Griffith University Surfers Paradise. 5th then, the next Mersey sculler, Catherine Greenhill. Ruby and 7th will go to Georgia Crichton of the Rockhampton Fitzroy Rowing Club. Very
held. The last thing we want is some sort of accident or collision so early on in the regatta. Yeah, this is our 4th and final heat of the under-21 women's single scull, with Jessica Malcolm from Centenary in lane 2, with Sophia Whiteman of Sydney University in lane 3, Talisa Noak Driver of Sydney and the New South Wales Institute of Sport in lane of Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise Rowing Club in lane 6 and Pip Gray from ANU in lane 7.
And Talisa Noak Driver, we mentioned earlier today when she was the winner of the under-19 women's single scull at this regatta last year and has moved up to under-21 level and had a pretty successful period of racing in between as well. And that does look to be the sculler out in front here.
Yeah, one to favour in the junior double scull last year with those. To university. She's sitting in lane 3. She's now joined that stable of athletes that's coached by Alfie Young. It's a good competitive squad. Sophia doing very well indeed in that squad and challenging Talisa Noak Driver in this under-21 single. And then in the red of Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, Lindsay Calvert currently sitting in 3rd position. Then it's across to Jessica Malcolm of Centenary, who was such a strong sculler the last couple of years at schoolgirl level.
This is going to get interesting late in this race, Lizzie. I think Sophia Whiteman is really pushing Talisa Noak Driver right down towards the line. And what looked like an easy win with 500 to go is becoming increasingly close here. So Sophia Whiteman, the sculler for the Sydney University Boat Club, draws almost alongside Sydney Rowing Club's Talisa Noak Driver, who still has the boat in front, but there's 3 or 4 strokes to go. Sydney and Sydney Uni locked together as they drive towards the line. One will go through to the semis only, and that was on the surgeon. I'm not quite sure where the finish line is here, so I'm going to let the photo finish operator decide that. I did see Talisa Noak Driver get in a very strong stroke late in that race, but was it enough to get the win? We will wait and find out. Griffith University Surfers Paradise, 4th to Jessica Malcolm of Centenary. 5th place then will be the Mercantile sculler Chloe Robinson, and 6th will be on the finish tower side of the course, Pip Gray from the Australian National University. And unofficially, we are getting the verdict here the way of Talisa Noak Driver of Sydney Rowing Club. For that last stroke, just enough, it seems, to get her across the line. The computer saying 0.53 of a second. I'm not sure it was as much as that, but that will be corrected and confirmed by our officials shortly. So that is unofficial. Very tight between those two scullers.
We'll come back to that shortly. In the meantime, we're starting the under-21 men's single scull event with Heat 1, where again the first sculler across the line will progress through to the semi-final and the remainder to the repechage tomorrow morning. In lane 1, representing Toowong, Darcy Watter. In lane 2, representing Adelaide University, Heath McLeod. In lane 3, from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, Charles Clark. In lane 4, from Adelaide University, Edward Chipperfield. In lane 5, from the University of Queensland, Drew Waitman. And in lane 6, from the University of Queensland, Patrick Murphy. In lane 7, our third Adelaide University sculler, Jude Shermer.
I think, Lizzie, you'll find it's all Queensland, South Australia in this heat.
There's
only 2 states represented.
You come all this way. You could have just crossed one border.
Drew Whiteman in the lead ahead of Darcy Watter. Less than a second between first and second at the moment. Jude Shermer sitting in 3rd place. Then back to Patrick Murphy, Edward Chipperfield, Charles Clark and Heath McLeod. So Drew Whiteman and Darcy Watter, our 2 leaders at the moment. First going through to the semi-final, with the rest going through Toowong, so they're on the closer side if you're looking on from the live stream, the further aside if you're looking from the boat park here at Champion Lakes, and then Drew Waitman from University of Queensland in the middle of the field. It does look to be Darcy Watter maybe just getting his bow ball ahead at the moment, coming into the last 150 metres or so. There's not a lot between these two Queensland scullers. Jude Shermer from Adelaide University sitting in third place at the moment. Out in front, Darcy Water from the Toowong Rowing Club. He's about half a boat length ahead of Drew Waitman from the University of Queensland, but we're just seeing a big push now here from Drew Waitman, and coming towards the finish, I do think it was the University of Queensland. Drew Waitman just with the big finish there ahead of Darcy Water, made up some big ground towards the end there, so we'll wait for final confirmation. It does look to be unofficially Drew Waitman from the University of Queensland with the win in heat number 1 of the men's under 21 ahead of Darcy Water. Third place will go through to the Adelaide University's Jude Shermer. Then coming through in fourth place will be Patrick Murphy from the University of Queensland. And we just wait for our next sculler to go across, so that will be Edward Chipperfield from Adelaide University coming through in fifth. And then back a little bit further to Griffith University, Surfers Paradise's Charles Clark in sixth, and then Adelaide University's Heath McLeod in seventh. So boat length behind with about 50 metres to go, and then absolutely put the afterburners on to go through and take the win in heat number 1 of the men's under 21 men's singles scull, qualify for the semi-final.
Yeah, definitely people blowing off some cobwebs here, aren't they, and getting themselves into the right racing mode. Our second heat of the under 21 men's single scull is in progress, with Daniel Holding of the University of Western Australia in lane 2, Liam Taylor from Penrith Rowing Club in lane 3, in lane 4 Callum Deckers from Adelaide University Rowing Boat Club, and in lane 5 Mitchell Bridge from Toowong. In lane 6 Oscar Baregi from Sydney University Boat Club, and in lane 7 Hamish Nicol from Berkentile. Just before we progress with this race, a confirmation that it was Talisa Noak Driver who took out the fourth heat of the under 21 women's scull. The margin between those two.
So at the 1500 metre mark, it was Mitchell Bridge from the Toowong Rowing Club, leading by about 5 seconds from Oscar Baregi from Sydney University, Liam Taylor in third, Hamish Nicol in fourth, Callum Deckers in fifth, and Daniel Holding in sixth. Between himself and Oscar Baregi from Sydney University heading into the final stages. So he's got that well and truly under control, barring any catastrophes. Then we're going back a little bit further to Liam Taylor from Penrith Rowing Club sitting in third place at the moment. Mercantile's Hamish Nicol, then Callum Deckers from Adelaide University, Daniel Holding from the University of Western Australia. But out in front, Mitchell Bridge from Toowong Rowing Club will go through and take a very comfortable win there in the second heat of the men's under 21 single sculls. Second place from Sydney University, Oscar Baregi. And then coming through in third, it does look to be the sculler from Penrith Rowing Club, Liam Taylor, come through in third place. Just see him crossing the finish line there. So about 16, 17 seconds between first and third there.
Final sculler, Daniel Holding from the University of Western Australia. And of course we've got, in this under 21 category, we've got guys who have graduated from school, moved to university, and this is, and probably moving into the single scull. Representing their universities. Here we go again in Heat 3 of the under 21 men's single scull. Ed Nutt from Sydney University, formerly from the Shaw School, I believe. He's coached by Don McLaughlin there at Sydney University Boat Club. In lane 3, Harry Birchmore from UTS Haberfield. from Tasmania. He's coached by Chris Holliday and Duncan Free. In lane 5 from Adelaide Rowing Club and the South Australian Sports Institute, Adam Holland, coached by Nick Mitchell there at the Institute. In lane 6 from Adelaide University, Nick Barr, coached by Sam Morton. And in lane 7, yes, junior men's coxless for last year.
Yeah, and we're seeing in this race a couple of the State Institute rowers out rowing at the moment. So Hamish Danks from Sydney University looking like Institute rowers, and they do have a lot of clear water between them and the chasing pack. So coming through University, Surfers Paradise, and then nice little battle going on for 4th and 5th with Ed Nutt from Sydney University leading Adelaide University's Nick Burr in 5th place, and then back again to Harry Birchmore from UTS Haberfield.
I always think it's very exciting watching the under-21s because you're really starting to see people who have talent and dedication start to progress in the high-performance pathway. And I know high performance isn't for everybody, but you'd think they'd like it. Danks from Sydney University Boat Club in lane 7, who was from the junior men's double the year before. And I think we're going to see both of them in a quad together later. I'm pretty sure they're both in the same quad later on in the regatta.
So Hamish Danks from Sydney University and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. He's got the lead over Adam Holland from the Adelaide Rowing Club. And then, as mentioned previously, Sam Mounter from Griffith University, Surfers Paradise sitting in 3rd place, but a lot of clear water between our two leaders and back to the chasing pack. Then we've got Ed Nutt from Sydney University sitting in 4th place, just ahead of Nick Burr from Adelaide University, and then Harry Birchmore from UTS Haberfield. But out in front, though, we've seen Hamish Danks lead from start to finish. He hasn't completely had it his own way. He has had Adam Holland from Adelaide Rowing Club pushing up and keeping him honest, I guess is probably the best way of putting it. But it will be a win for Hamish Danks from Sydney University. Second going to Adam Holland from Adelaide Rowing Club and the South Australian Sports Institute. And then coming through in 3rd place will be Sam Mounter from Griffith University Surfers Paradise. He's coached by Chris Holliday and Duncan Free. And then through in 4th will be Ed Nutt from Sydney University, finishing just, well, it was a boat length with about 50 metres to go. It went down to about half a boat length. So a good push there from Nick Burr from Adelaide University, and then UTS Haberfield's Harry Birchmore coming through in 6th place. So a win there. Hamish Danks, Sydney University, in a time of 7 minutes 32.28.
Which was about 7 seconds. Good. Heat 4 of the under-20. The first sculler will progress through to the semi-final. In lane 2, Mika Talbot from Commercial, coached by Dario Sportelli. In lane 3, representing Tasmania University, Hayden Mountain. In lane 4 from Tasmania University, Angus Painter. In lane 5 from Adelaide University and the South Australian Sports Institute, Jeremy Beale, coached by Nick Mitchell and Sam Morton. In lane 6 from ANA here in WA, Liam Squires Welsh, coached by Graham Scatter. So representing Tasmania University, and alongside the very strong sculler Angus Painter there in lane 4.
Well, that could be interesting. You've got the two brothers going to two different cities.
Yes, yes. Spread the love. And thank you, Tasmania, for all your wonderful coaching, because they certainly produce good scullers there. Jeremy Beale from South Australia and the South Australian Sports Institute, representing Adelaide University here, across the line at halfway in 1st place ahead of Angus Painter.
In third place there, Aria Almasi from the West County. As well. Through the 1,000. So Jeremy Beale from Adelaide University, coached by Nicholas Mitchell and Sam Morton, and he's got a 13-second lead through the halfway point. So a very, very comfortable lead at the moment for the sculler from South Australia.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll testing the waters out now in the single scull in the first day of our extravaganza that goes on all week here at Champion Lakes in Perth, Western Australia, where we start to see all our young folks come through. So we started with under 17. We've done a bit of under 21s and the under 19 pairs, and now here we are the under 21 women's coxless pairs. In the meantime, Jeremy Beale continues to lead in the fourth heat of the under 21 men's single scull, and with only one sculler to progress through to the semi-final, he certainly made it very clear indeed that he intends to take that slot and progress through to the final.
And we're just looking at the footage at the moment. So Jeremy Beale's crossed the 1500. He's now out of picture, and there is our first rower back in picture. So it is a very commanding lead. From Tasmania University sitting in 100. There's a very dominant row here from Jeremy Beale from Adelaide University. Aria Almasi is sitting in third place at Tasmania University in fourth place, and then Mika Talbot from Commercial Rowing Club in fifth place at the moment. So into the final stages now, and just looking down from the finish knows that he can just lower that rate of striking right down, just take it very, very easily towards the finish there, Lizzie.
It just looks so powerful, doesn't he? And as he reduces that rate of striking, the semi-final late on Wednesday. So the repêchages will be around University. Coached by Nick Mitchell from the South Australian Sports Institute program. He's the head coach there, and Sam Morton from Adelaide University doing a great job there.
University sitting in second place, a couple of boat lengths ahead of Aria Almasi from the West Australian Rowing Club, coached by Stefano Belosso. So it will be first for South Australia, second will go through to Tasmania, and third will go to WA. So
that's very neat.
It's spreading the love right to Queensland, and then our first repeat with Hayden Mounter from Tasmania University going through in fifth position there in heat number 4 of the men's under 21 single scull. So very dominant there. Jeremy Beale going through to the semi-finals with the rest of our scullers.
pairs. It's the women's coxless pair in the under-21 event. And we can see on the screen the water's ruffled up a little there. We've got a composite in lane 1 of Ella Smith from Pine Rivers with Nancy Duncan Banks from the University of Queensland Boat Club. She's coached by Glenn Smith and Ray Smith from Pine Rivers and Phil Bourguignon from the University of Queensland Boat Club. We have UTS Haberfield Rowing Club in lane 2, Grace Burke and Lila Anderton, coached by Katie Healy. In lane 3 from Mercantile of Melbourne, Zara Bongiorno and Felicity Murray, coached by Sam Fennessy and Annabelle Heaton. In lane 4 from Adelaide University Boat Club, Claire Romanuk and Deanna Macolino, coached by Tom Doornbos. In lane 6 from the University of Queensland Boat Club, Tyler Hutton and Alice Reddy, coached by Phil Bourguignon. In lane 6, Sydney University and Sydney, a composite of Freya Neville and Steph Preller, coached by Alfie Young and Lachlan Carter. And our final crew in lane 7 is from Sydney University Boat Club. That's Olivia Natty and Tiffany Botha, coached by Alfie Young.
So as we just see the rowers coming up, heat number 1 of the under-21 women's coxless pairs, again first through to the A final. And at the 500 metre mark, there was only a couple of seconds between first and second. So I think we're in for an interesting race coming up here. As we just see our rowers coming up towards the 1,000 metre mark. You can just see that footage alongside it. It's amazing to see the housing development that's going up alongside Champion Lakes here. You can see that over on the far side. But out in front, our leaders at the moment are the Sydney University and Sydney crew, just ahead of the University of Queensland Pine Rivers crew sitting in second place. So Sydney and Sydney University, Freya Neville and Stephanie Preller, just pulling out a couple of seconds ahead of Ella Smith from Pine Rivers and Nancy Duncan Banks from the University of Queensland. Sydney University in third place, then Adelaide University in fourth, University of Queensland in fifth, Mercantile in sixth place, and then back a little bit further to UTS Haberfield in seventh. So
you've got these scullers, they all know rowers all know each other fairly well. Freya Neville, she's buddying up with Stephanie Preller at Sydney University at the moment, but she was, of course, at school with Kinross Walleroy, where she was coached by Sarah Cook. And she and Isabella Scammell, who won a gold medal under 23s last year, they buddied up with Zoe Bond, who was then Canberra Grammar. And we've just seen her race for Sydney University, and Maddie Vag to race in the under 19 women's scull. And of course, Ella Smith in the Pine Rivers composite was in that Pine Rivers double scull that Razor loved so much back in 2021. Ella Smith and Jave Proberts.
And Ella Smith, we'll see her, but not necessarily in a rowing women's AFL team.
Wow.
So
there we go, multi-talented.
Well, there's some articles on the Brisbane Lions website where she actually talks about how much the effort that you need to put in for rowing really helps her Aussie rules.
Yes,
and then obviously the football, depending on where you're from and what you want to call it, but also in the cricket. And then, but I mean, back in the day, it used to be a lot more common when you saw elite sports people being able to do multiple sports.
Yes, yeah. I think we do such a lot of overseas competition now, don't we? It is difficult. So it is that Sydney University composite with Freya Neville in lane 6 that's in the lead at the 1500. Smith. They're sitting in second position.
Then back a little bit further, about 6 seconds between second and third. Sydney University, the crew of Olivia Natty and Tiffany Botha, ahead of Adelaide. The University of Queensland. Then Mercantile, Zara Bongiorno, Grace Burke, and Lila. It was a touch and go there through the first 500 metres, but throughout the course of this race, we've really seen Freya Neville from Sydney Rowing Club and Stephanie Preller from the Sydney University Boat Club really start to push out. So they're coached by Alfie Young and Lachlan Carter, and they are looking like And still that crew. Duncan Banks, they're not entirely giving up hope as yet. So they're sitting in second place, so I dare say we'll see them go through to the final once they make it through the repechage. And then Adelaide University sitting in fourth place at the moment, moving up quite nicely there through the middle of the field ahead of Sydney University, just dropping off a little bit through that last 500 metres. Out in front though, it is Freya Neville from Sydney Rowing Club and Stephanie Preller from Sydney University. They've managed to take it out, lead from start to finish. They'll qualify through for the A final of the women's under-21 coxless pairs. Second place will go to the Queensland crew, Ella Smith and Nancy Duncan Banks, finishing ahead of the Adelaide University crew in third, Claire Romaniak and Deanna Macalino. And then back a little bit further to Sydney University crew in fourth, Olivia Natty and Tiffany Bota. And then the University of Queensland's Tyler Hutton and Alice Reddy coming through in fifth ahead of Zara Bongiorno and Felicity Murray from Mercantile. And then back again to UTS Haberfield's Grace Burke and Lilla Anderton. So winning time there of 8 minutes, 9.
Now in progress in the under-21 women's coxless pair with West Australia. In lane 3, the Fremantle composite of Holly Cannon from West Australian Rowing Club and Charlotte Broad. In lane 4, Mercantile, Remy Mackay and Jess Hawker. In lane 5, Melbourne University Boat Club, Romy Cantwell and Zara Lavery. And in lane 6, Melbourne University Boat Club, Tiffany Crosthwaite and Char Will. And in lane 7, from Mercantile, Bronte Cullen and Anna Morrison. So Tiffany Crosthwaite was in the Junior Women's 8 that raced overseas last year, and she's in a Melbourne and Cantwell and Zara Lavery. And their arch rivals Remy Mackay and Jess Hawker probably in lane 4 next to them.
University's Romy Cantwell and Zara Lavery just in 7, and then across a couple of lanes we also have, looks to be lane 3, the Fremantle West Australian composite of Holly Cannon and Charlotte Broad all pushing up. Out in front though, Romy Cantwell and Zara Lavery from Melbourne University, first going through directly through to the A final of the women under-21 women's coxless pairs, and it does look to be that Melbourne University crew, but I think we're going to go heat. Second place going to Mercantile's Bronte Cullen and Anna Morrison, and then Fremantle West Australian composite Holly Cannon and Charlotte Broad finishing just ahead of Remy Mackay and Jess Hawker. And then back a little bit further to the West Australian Rowing Club, Aquila Ambrosino and Tanika Webb, ahead of, it looks to be the Melbourne University crew of Tiffany Crosthwaite and Char Will. And then back a little bit further again to our Tasmania University Buckingham composite of Hannah Richards and Daisy Manning. making up our field. So a good win there for Romy Cantwell and Zara Lavery from Melbourne University. 4.5 seconds, so a time of 7 minutes 57.53.
And that compares with 8:09 in the previous heat, so pretty fast. I think you're right. I think it'll be a great day final. Right, we're on to Heat 1 now of the under-21 men's coxless pair. Sydney Rowing Club are in lane 2, represented by Alec Hoskin and Rory Menzies, and coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 3, Mercantile, Benjamin Vanderberg and Jack Ivers, coached by Chipper Colvin and Anthony Berglin. In lane 4, from Cand and UTS Haberfield, Brandon Smith and Daniel Horsley, coached by Matthias Ungermach and Scott Rowe. In lane 5, from Toowong, Moss Murphy and Roden Martin, coached by Mark Game and Leo Karadimitris. In lane 6, from Melbourne University Boat Club, Tom Foley and James Horton. And in lane 7, from Mercantile and Melbourne University, Winston Hooper and Austin Reiner. Winston Hooper was the stroke man of the junior men's 8 for Australia last year, and James Horton was in the 2 seat. So we've got some good representation here. And Brandon Smith was in the gold medal winning Coxed 4 for Australia at the Junior World Championships last year, coached by Judith Ungermach.
So leading through the 1500 was the Melbourne University crew of Tom Foley and James Houghton, ahead of Rory Martin. University crew, and then the canned UTS Haberfield composite as well. So in the men's under-21 coxless pairs, we have first and second going through to the semi-final, the rest going through to the repechage. So it is a chance for first and second to be able to at the moment. So we'll just wait on confirmation on that as they just come down to and Rory Menzies are sitting in second place at the moment. So it is Mercantile, Melbourne University crew of Winston Hooper and Austin Reiner. Does look like they're both in their Melbourne University suities, so we'll wait on confirmation of that crew. But it will be lane 7 with the win, so a win for lane 7, second place going to Sydney Rowing Club. So those two crews going through to the semi-finals. Third place going through to Toowong's Moss Murphy and Roden Martin, ahead of Mercantile's Benjamin Vanderberg and Jack Ivers. And then back a little bit further to Tom Foley and James Houghton from Melbourne University, and then the canned UTS Haberfield composite of Brandon Smith and Daniel Horsley. And the winning time there, 7 minutes 8.91. So a winning margin there of 7.3 seconds between first and second. And then back another 4.5 seconds to Toowong in third.
Our next heat of the men's under-21 men's coxless pair is in progress, with UTS Haberfield in lane 2, represented by Charles Jewell and Mackenzie Thompson, coached by Matthias Ungermach. University of Queensland Boat Club in lane 3, represented by Nick Munro and Robert Atkinson, coached by Randall Martin and Peter Toon. In lane 4, Swan River Rowing Club, Fergus McCallum and Fergus McNamara, coached by Mark Beer and David Morich. In lane 5, UTS Haberfield, the crew of Oliver St. Pierre and Joshua Wilson, coached by Matthias and Judith Ungermach. In lane 6 from Mercantile in Melbourne, Jake Polkinghorn and Oliver Scalzo, coached by Dave Colvin and Al Matthews. And in lane 7 from West Australian Rowing Club, Lachlan Maroney and Charlie Stevenson, coached by Stefano Belosso. So the favourites would be lane 5 if they won the junior gold medal at in the Cox 4. However, we know it's a big step up from junior rowing, under 19s to under 21s, and another big step again to go up to under 23s, both physiologically and psychologically.
So through the 1,000 metres, it was that UTS Haberfield crew out in front. So leading by 4 seconds ahead of the West Australian Rowing Club crew of Lachlan Moroney and Charlie Stevenson. The second UTS Haberfield's crew sitting in third place, but not a lot between third, fourth and fifth. University of Queensland's Nick Munro and Robert Atkinson, and then Mercantile's Jack Polkinghorne and Oliver Scalzo. Sitting just a second behind there. So, and then back a little bit further to the Swan River Rowing Club crew, Fergus McCallum and Fergus McNamara. I think one of the first ones of our double first names.
Yes, it is, isn't it? Yeah.
Because I know Radford's got 2 Hamishes that are rowing in a double
and
a little bit later
Sydney Rowing Club have 2 James Fredericksons, which throws me every time. One's got a K and the other's got a C, and I'm sure they just do that entry to wind me up.
Look, if I had somebody with a similar name, if there was a Stuart Johns,
yes,
I would be racing with that 100%. We'd come dead last by an innings, or if there was a John
Wouldn't want to see another one of me. There's only one Lizzie Chapman, and that's more than enough. Now, UTS, they are in the lead, are 2 ex-juniors, I should say. They're now in the under-21 category. Excellent pair in this race are no slouches at all. Charles Jewell and Mackenzie Thompson. There, Charlie Stevenson from West Australian Rowing Club, who are right up there with them. The second UTS crew has dropped behind a little, and then I'm presuming it's Nick Munro and Robert Atkinson, is it, that are sitting in 5th position, and then it's back to Fergus of Swan River.
So not a lot between our leading, well, really the leading 5 crews here,
it's
Lizzie.
Very close.
So
good race.
Oliver St. Pierre and Joshua Wilson out in front from UTS Haberfield. Charles Jewell, Mackenzie Thompson pushing hard on them over in lane 2, and then closest to the spectators, Lachlan Moroney, Charlie Stevenson from West Australian Rowing Club, and Mercantile's Jake Polkinghorne and Oliver Scalzo also looking to go through first and
give
second.
them a cheer if you're down there in the spectators area, because I think they're going to need your help.
But out in front, Oliver St. Pierre and Joshua Wilson, who are leading their clubmates Charles Jewell and Mackenzie Thompson. I think with a couple of strokes to go, it will be UTS Haberfield 1 and 2. So a win for Oliver St. Pierre and Joshua Wilson, second to Charles Jewell and Mackenzie Thompson, with third place just going through to Lachlan Moroney and Charlie Stevenson, ahead of Jake Polkinghorne and Oliver Scalzo in 4th place. Back then to the University of Queensland crew, Nick Munro and Robert Atkinson, and then Fergus McCallum and Fergus McNamara from Swan River making up our field. A winning time there of 7 minutes 4 seconds. Then in that second place couldn't really rest on their laurels.
Grant Hogarth, coached by Stefano Belosso. Mercantile are in lane 3. Edward Findlay and George Burney, coached by David Colvin and Al Matthews. In lane 4, from the University of Queensland and the Queensland Academy of Sport, Lex Tucker and Monty Martin, coached by Randall Martin and Peter Toon. In lane 5, Max Henry and Josh Felderhoff, coached by Nick Mitchell and Sam Morton. So that would be a sassy crew as well. And then Sydney University Boat Club are in lane 6. Sam Bristow and Hugo Hobbs. So Hugo Hobbs was a junior sculler a couple of years ago in the double scull with Hamish Danks, and he has just moved to focusing on sweep, as has Sam Bristow. So they are coached by Don McLaughlin, a well-renowned international coach who works with the senior team, who's looking after that or coaching that under-21 men's squad at Sydney University right now. Joshua Felderhoff, who was in the junior team last year in the men's Coxless 4 with Adam Holland. Pairing up with Max Henry now at Adelaide University and the South Australian Sports Institute.
So out in front through the 1,000 metres, Lizzie, it was the University of Queensland crew, Lex Tucker and Monty Martin, with a 2.5 second lead of Sam Bristow and Hugo Hobbs. Mercantile's West Australian rowing clubs, Apollo Solomon and Grant Hogarth, sitting in 5th place. So that was as they were heading through the 1,000 metre mark, as we see our leading crews coming up towards the 1,500 metre mark. So the University of Queensland, Queensland Academy of Sport crew of Lex Tucker and Monty Martin. We're out in front and looking quite comfortable, but we're just seeing a bit of a push come here from Max Henry and Joshua Felderhoff from Adelaide University, and I suspect they may just be getting their bow balls, if not in front, but certainly very, very close. So University of Queensland still out in front, but it's only about half a boat length to a boat length between our first two crews, 1 and 2, to go through to the semi-final tomorrow. And at the moment, that's the University of to the West Australian rowing clubs, Apollo Solomon and Grant Hogarth, and then Mercantile's Edward Finlay and George Burney.
So Lex Tucker and Monty Martin, who were at Brisbane Boys College. Certainly Monty, and I presume Lex as well, in the first 8 that won in 2021, a couple of years ago, breaking a 19-year drought for the college. So settled nicely now into the University of Queensland Boat Club program, and Randall Martin, inventor of the foils. So a lot of rowing knowledge there and a lot of rowing passion. And of course Peter Toon, father of Michael Toon, the ex-Australian cox, and a wonderful coach there who has nurtured generations of young men to high performance rowing. And that University of Queensland crew, as they come into the last 250 metres, looking very strong indeed. This is a great row for Sam Bristow and Hugo Hobbs in this pair. I don't actually think they've raced in the pair before, so this is not a bad first outing. And Don McLaughlin, as always, an eye to talent of the future, choosing for these guys to give up their single sculls that they've been working on all year and actually have a go in the pair, and I think he's made a really good decision. They are now pressing this experienced University of Queensland pair. They will be overlapping them as they come across the finish line, so just 1 boat length for University of Queensland Boat Club over Sydney University Boat Club. Both of them progressing through to the semi-final, but the fresh Sydney University crew will take a great deal of confidence from that experience. Coming third across the line now, the crew from Adelaide University Boat Club with Joshua Felderhoff, the junior international, and Max Henry. They'll progress to the repechage tomorrow morning.
So winning time there for Lex Tucker and Monty Martin of 7 minutes 7.6. So a little quicker than the first heat, but not quite as quick as the second heat. But Lex Tucker and Monty Martin also part of that'll be racing on Sunday. So we're underway in race number 46. It's heat 1 of the women's under-23 single sculls. First and second through to the semi-final, with the rest through to the repechage. Lane 1 from the University of Western Australia, Portia Knight, coached by William Hines and Alex Salenza. In lane 2 from Melbourne University and the Victorian Institute of Sport, Livia Rosea. In lane 3 from the University of Queensland, Ellie Reddy, coached by Philip Bourguignon. In lane 4 from Adelaide University, lane 5 from Mercantile and the Victorian Institute of Sport, Louisa Bongrain, coached by Annabelle Eaton. And in lane 6, also from Mercantile, Louise Carr, also coached by Annabelle Eaton. And then we did have a scratching from the Sydney Rowing Club of Caitlin McManus. Leading Louise Carr. So the two Mercantile scullers out in front. Livia Rosea sitting in third place at the moment from Melbourne University, and then back to Sophie Tickner. Ellie Reddy sitting in fourth place. Steps into the commentary. Welcome back.
Yeah, lunch break on the first day coming up at 10 minutes past 12 is the last race before a fairly brief lunch break of some, I think, 40 minutes or so coming up shortly. This is the first heat of the under-23 women's singles cup, the first heat of 3. And the Victorians certainly look to be in the ascendancy here. Louisa Bongrain from Mercantile. She was ahead of the Schoolgirls winner several years ago now. It would have been some 4 or 5 years ago, I think, she won the head of the Schoolgirls title. And has now moved on to race for the Mercantile Rowing Club. And does look to be sitting out in front here in lane 5 of this first heat, with the top 2 to move through to the semi-finals in this opening heat of 3 in the under-23 women's single scull. So about to come through 1,500 metres. There may still be the 2 Mercantile scullers there, with Louise Carr in lane 6. As they will soon pass through that timing point. Certainly a clear lead to Louisa Bongrain, a bit over a length. 2,000 metre race remaining. Louisa Bongrain, coached by Annabelle Eaton at the Mercantile Rowing Club, as is Louise Carr, who sits alongside her, and they are certainly our clear top 2, about 2 lengths between. Opening heat of the under-23 women's singles scull. Livia Rosea from Melbourne University racing in lane 2. And then it was Ellie Reddy or Reedy. Did we ever get a distinctive answer on that one too?
I think there's a few as well. There's a few Reddings and Readings and...
We're still not sure, but Ella Reddy. Ella Reddy, all right. Lizzie knows these things. So Ella Reddy it is there for University of Queensland, coached by Phil Bourguignon. Just 2 will go through into the semis directly here.
And we're just seeing Livia really just give it a little bit of a push. Catch up to Louise Carr from Mercantile over in lane 6. So Louisa Bongrain in the lead. Louise Carr sitting in second. First 2 to go through directly through to the semi-final, with the rest going through to the repechage. So Livia Rosea from Melbourne University and the Victorian Institute of Sport. It's been a big second 1,000 metres from her, and looks as though she may well have enough space to be able to go through and take that second qualification position. So we'll wait for confirmation on that. Louisa Bongrain still out in front at the moment. Then back to Ellie Reddy from University of Queensland, and then Sophie Tickner from Adelaide University, Portia Knight from the University of Western Australia with the scratching in lane 7. But we're seeing now Livia Rosea from Melbourne University. She has well and truly pushed through Louise Carr from Mercantile, and even giving Louisa Bongrain a bit of a run for her money out in front. Into the last few strokes though, Louisa Bongrain will go through and take the heat win for Mercantile Rowing Club, with second going to Livia Rosea from Melbourne University. So first and second through to the semi-final. Louise Carr was sitting in second for a long part there, and looked like she might have just run out of a little bit of steam towards the end there. So she'll finish in third place ahead of Ellie Reddy from the University of Queensland in fourth. And then back a little bit further to Sophie Tickner from Adelaide University in 5th, and then Portia Knight from the University of Western Australia in 6th to 7.
The first heat of 3 concluded. The under-23 women's at single scull win there to Louisa Bongrain. As we move on to heat 2. Scratching here from Grace Cypher of Sydney Rowing Club in lane 2. So 5 scullers remain. Danica Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise racing in lane 2. Jolie Patterson from the West Australian Rowing Club in 4. Laura Goulet. Louise Lambden from the Australian National University racing in lane 7. Through halfway now in this second heat, and Laura Goulet does lead the way for the UTS Haberfield Rowing Club of Sydney. She is coached there by Tim McLaren, and she's got a pretty substantial lead too over Danica Free in second place. Over 7 seconds between those two. Danica Free of Griffith University Surfers Paradise, coached of course by Duncan Free along with Christopher Holiday. And they are our top 2 pretty clearly. 5.5 seconds they're back to Hannah Kenway of Brisbane and GPS in third. She's coached by Ben Southwell, Gus Rodero and Peter Howard. Followed by ANU and the ACT High Performance Program. That's Eloise Lambden, coached by Thomas Kreber and David Framano. That's as it was with the race half gone. Now about to enter the final quarter of the race as our leader Laura Goulet continues to extend this substantial lead, it looks like now too, over the rest of the field. It is first and second to go through to the semi-finals here, but Laura Goulet certainly very, very comfortably in front of the field here. And then across to the far side, Danica Free looks likely to still be in second spot, but it is several boat lengths there as they go past our camera at the 1500 metre mark. Indeed, it is the red colours of the Griffith University Surfers Paradise Club next through that timing point, and she in turn has about 3 lengths. Hannah. Yes.
Through in fourth place will be Jolie Patterson from the West Australian Rowing Club, and then back a little bit further to Ellie Lambden from the Australian National University Boat Club and the ACT High Performance Program. So Laura Goulet still out in front and looking very, very comfortable indeed. It's looking at the names beforehand, it does actually look like a reasonably strong heat. We've got Laura Goulet from the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Grace also the Haberfield Rowing Club. She's coached by Tim McLaren and has really led from start to finish, put a lot of clear water between herself and the chasing pack. Danica Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, coached by Duncan Free and Christopher Holiday, sitting in second place in that second qualification position. Hannah Kenway from Brisbane and GPS in third as they're getting up towards the Red Boys now with about 200 metres to go now for our leading rowers. Jolie Patterson from West Australian Rowing Club, then leading Ellie Lambden from ANU and the ACT Academy of Sport. Laura Goulet from UTS Haberfield has led from start to finish. She's got about 100 metres or so to go now. Just some really powerful strokes, just making sure she gets through to the end. And what will be a very, very comfortable heat win in the women's under-23 Danica Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise will come through in second, also qualifying for the semi-finals. Hannah Kenway will finish in third from Brisbane and GPS, ahead of Jolie Patterson from the West Australian Rowing Club and Ellie Lambden from the Australian National University. So, yeah, 18 seconds between the difference between the first heat and the second heat there. So a really strong win there for Laura Goulet.
Heat 3 of the under-23 women's single scull is on the course, and through the halfway mark now, in fact, it is as well, and it is lane 2 scullers from Swan River, lanes 3 and 4. Lola Quinn in 3 and Georgia Hughes in lane 4. They're both coached by Mark Beer. The New Norfolk Rowing Club from Tasmania, lane 5, Molly McCausland. Swan River, Claire Netherway in lane 6, so 3 Swan River scullers, in fact, in this race. And Laura Kelly from the ANU is racing in lane 7. A strong field of Western Australians here. 3 scullers from the Swan River Rowing Club. And one of them looks to be right up there with the race lead. Lola Quinn there over in fact, Claire Netherway, I should say, it is a lane 6 sculler as we look at this course again from the cameras on the other side, but looking back towards the bridge and the island where our finish tower is located. So it may well, in fact, be the lane 6 sculler who is the race leader there, but a strong field from the Swan River Club. Lola Quinn and Georgia Hughes on the other side of the course.
We just see our leading scullers heading up towards the 1500 metre mark. Just on the ANU sculler, Laura Kelly, very talented sportswoman, has played indoor hockey for the ACT. Basically, just about every sport you can think of, she's done it and done well in. So, and competing here at the national titles, just one of those people.
Not? It's hardly fair, is it?
Look, it's some people get all the skill, all the sporting skill.
They do. They do. And she's in this one on the outside lane there, lane 7, Laura Kelly, so she'd be about 4th or 5th at this stage. But it does look to be Swan River's Claire Netherway in the lane beside Laura Kelly. That would be our race leader, and 2 of the Swan River scullers up there, they would be 1st and 2nd, I would think. It is Claire Netherway first through the 1500 metre mark.
Yeah, Molly McCausland from New Norfolk, not looking too bad either. So as we just see them going through the 1500 metre mark, so George
for Swan River, and then possibly Molly McCausland of New Norfolk in Tasmania may well be in 3rd spot, and then I would think 4th on the other side of the course is Olivia Georgilopoulos. So that's the top 4. 2 to go through only to the semi-finals here. Claire Netherway and Georgia Hughes at the head of the field in this 3rd heat of the under-23 women's single scull.
First so she's got a comfortable lead over Georgia Hughes, also from Swan River. So it's a 1 and 2 for Swan River. They might be the first 2 to qualify through to the Molly McCausland from New Norfolk Rowing Club down in Tasmania, sitting in 3rd place at the moment. And then Laura Kelly from ANU, potentially in 4th, just ahead of Olivia Georgopoulos from Griffith University Surfers Paradise. And then Lola Quinn from Swan River Rowing Club, making up our field at the moment. But out in front, it's still Claire Netherway from Swan River Rowing Club. Georgia Hughes just starting to put a little bit of a push. Look like they will qualify for the semi-final of the under-23 women's singles sculls. It's about a boat length or half a boat length between 1st and 2nd. Claire Netherway, though, has led from start to finish. You can just see her start to pull away a little bit there towards Claire Netherway from Swan River. 2nd place going to Georgia Hughes also from Swan River. So they're and then in the battle for 4th, it will be Laura Kelly from ANU coming through in 4th place. She's coached by Nigel Harding, part of the big group of talented women's rowers that they have out at ANU at the moment. And then Olivia Georgopoulos from Griffith University Surfers Paradise in 5th, ahead of Lola Quinn from Swan River in 6th. So we'll wait on the timings for that one. They don't seem to have come up at the moment, but I do see
Might be a tough one to beat.
That'd be a very tough one to beat. So you'd have her as the early favourite just based on those heat results.
Men's single scull. Lane 2 from UTS Haberfield is Harry Curtin. Lane 3 also from UTS Haberfield, Mitchell Kaponis. Lane 4 from the West Australian Rowing Club. Sam Scull there racing in lane 7, and all the 6 well and truly on their way down the course, around about halfway through. Ahead to race in a repechage tomorrow. The lane 2 sculler, Harry Curtin, certainly doing the best of the 2 UTS scullers on that side of the course. And also possibly Sam Green, I think, there from Commercial, the other one showing out in front. Sam Green, coached by his father Charlie Green and Stephen Pozzi at the Commercial Rowing Club. His uncle, I should say. His uncle, Charlie Green, of course, who was a long-serving coach also at the Brisbane State High School rowing program, who share a complex at least with Commercial at the Rowing Queensland complex at Davies Park in West End. And they do look to be our 2 leaders at this point of proceedings, as they do come down with now just over 500 metres as still to race.
There's not a lot between our leading scullers as we just see them coming up towards the 1500 metre mark, and it does look as though it might be Blake Wyatt from the West Australian Rowing Club just moving ahead of the UTS Haberfield scullers, Harry Curtin and Mitchell Kaponis, sitting in row. Just leading Harry Curtin from UTS Haberfield ahead of Mitchell Kaponis, also from UTS Haberfield, and then back a little bit further to Sam Green from Commercial, Carl Breyer from North Esk. Rue Colley from North Esk, and then Carl Breyer from North Esk as well, as they're crossing over the 1500 metre mark. We're into the final stages, and I think, Richard, this might be one of the more exciting races that we've got.
Yes, we just got the differences there have come through between those scullers as they went through the 1500 metre mark, and but for that 2 out Rowing Club and Harry Curtin from UTS Haberfield in those 2 qualifying spots, but narrowly so. Then the Rue Colley, the North S sculler there, certainly ahead now of Sam Green from Commercial. And there it is, the West Australian Rowing Club's Blake Wyatt, who looks to be pulling away late this race. He is coached by Stefano Belosso. Is a Blake Wyatt, and either side of him, the race for second, Rue Colley of North Esk and Harry Curtin from UTS Haberfield has been close to the top 2 right through the race, but now we'll have to work hard in the closing strokes with just on 100 metres to go. As Blake Wyatt continues to lead this race for the West Australian Rowing Club, but Rue Colley of North Esk certainly coming at him late in proceedings too. He's certainly up into second now, I think, the Tasmanian, although the UTS sculler on the far side, Harry Curtin, not giving up the chase yet. There's still 6 or 7 strokes to go for these scullers. It certainly is Blake Wyatt who leads the race. The interest really in second place, but Rue Colley from North Esk does seem to have his boat there and is going after the lead, in fact, late in this race. He'll just about get there on the line. Rue Colley may have pinched this late. I think Blake Wyatt knew he was in the top 2 and was safe there anyway, but third will go to Harry Curtin of UTS Haberfield. 4th then from Commercial is Sam Green. 5th place will be the next of the UTS scullers, Mitchell Kaponis, and 6th will be Carl Breyer from North Esk. Unofficially, Rue Colley has indeed got his boat across the line first at this stage by 0.41 of a second, but couple of strokes off there, knowing he was in the top 2. It was certainly a tight finish, but Rue Colley and Blake Wyatt both through to the semis of the under-23 men's single scull, ahead of Harry Curtin in 3rd place and Sam Green in 4th.
Moving on to heat number 2, again 1st and 2nd through to the semi-final and the rest through to the repechage. Lane 2 from Mercantile Rowing Club, Dom Frederico, coached by Alistair Matthews. Lane 3 from Tamar Rowing Club, William Birchmore. Lane 4 from Swan River and the West Australian Institute of Sport, Johnson Dabney, coached by Mark Beer. Lane 5 from UTS Sungamak. Lane 6 from UTS Haberfield, Patrick Burke, coached by Elliot Shackcloth-Bertinetti. And Lane 7 also from UTS Haberfield, Henry Blackwell, coached by Elliot Shackcloth-Bertinetti. So UTS and 7, and the question is, can the Mercantile, Tamar and Swan River Scullers break that up? So Henry Blackwell with the lead from UTS ahead of Johnson Dabney from Swan River Rowing Club. Dom Frederico from Mercantile sitting in third, and then Alexander Wood, Patrick Burke and William Birchmore making up our field, and probably about 10 seconds between first and sixth as we went through the 1,000 metre mark. So this is our second last race for the morning session on day 1 of the Australian Rowing Championships here in Perth. So the first time the Australian Rowing Championships have made it back since 2012.
Yes, 2012, 11 years it was. So it's been good. The last 3 years we've actually visited venues that have not seen Nationals action for about a decade or so. Of course, the Gambie last year, although unexpectedly so, and Lake Barrington before that. I think it had been 12 years at that stage between championships for Tasmania. So it is good to visit the various parts of the country.
Well, you think about it, next year when we go back to the city, we're due to go back.
Schedule excellence. I'll believe it when we're there, Stuart, because I've had tickets booked to Penrith twice in the last few years and haven't been there for a long time. I'm missing the Panthers Leagues Club, I can assure you.
But yeah, so it'll be 5 years since the last Australian Rowing Championships at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. So 2019 was the last time that we were up over in Sydney. The Australian Rowing Championship. So fingers crossed we've got a bit of good weather for it and that we're able to go through. Out in front, heat number 2, the men's under-23 single sculls. Henry Blackwell from UTS Haberfield out in the lead in lane 7 ahead of Johnson Dabney from Swan River Rowing Club and the West Australian Institute of Sport. Dom Frederico from Mercantile sitting in third ahead of Alexander Wood from UTS. William Birchmore from Tamar and then Patrick Burke from UTS making up our field through the 1,500 metre mark. As we just see there, conditions a little bit rough at the moment. Looks like we've still got potentially that little bit of a headwind pushing our rowers.
Just a little, yeah. It seems to come and go, doesn't it? But the flags on the down at the finish line are just slightly across the course, but it's a cross headwind of some sort. I'm still working out what's north, south, east and west here, but it's certainly blowing down the course and making these races a bit longer here. And a good race for second, certainly. It did seem to be here between those scullers in just behind our race leader as they close in on the finishing strokes. Dom Frederico from Mercantile there across on the far side of the course was the winner at Australian Henley a few weeks ago on the Yarra River. A wonderful regatta down there, which includes a Pims bar. So unfortunately, the commentary spot and the Pims bar are not side by side. But
the commentary might get a bit interesting towards the end.
It always does. Yes, that's true. That could be a risky combination. But still out in front here, it does look to be it's the UTS Haberfield sculler on the outside lane. Henry Blackwell. Couple lanes across to Alexander Wood, also of UTS, and Dom Frederico of Mercantile is clearly up in the top 2. Well, not clearly, but looks to be just up in the top 2. There were 3 across the course here. Blackwell, Wood and Frederico, the 3 scullers going for 2 spots here into the semi-finals of the under-23 men's single scull. Dom Frederico of Mercantile certainly powering home, and we'll get one of those 2 spots, I'd think. The other will go to UTS Haberfield, possibly Henry Blackwell still on this side, but Dom Frederico of Mercantile will get the win. And on this side, then Henry Blackwell, I think, will just finish in second place. That's as it looked like, at least from here. Third place, Alexander Wood, I think, unofficially at this stage. In fact, Johnson Dabney, I should say, in third. Yes, it is. Johnson Dabney of Swan River, who's just finished in third place. Fourth goes to Alexander Wood of UTS Haberfield. Apologies there. The colours not quite making sense as they came across, but certainly the Swan River sculler third, UTS in fourth place. Fifth will go to Tamar's William Birchmore, and sixth place, still with a few strokes to go, is the next of our UTS scullers, Patrick Burke. But it was Dom Frederico there by 3/4 of a second, the unofficial margin over Henry Blackwell of UTS. The scullers on opposite sides of the course will take the 2 qualifying spots from the second heat of the under-23 men's single scull. So we have just one race to go for of the under-23 men's single scull.
In lane 2 from Melbourne University and the Victorian Institute of Sport, Harry Fox. Lane 3 from Adelaide University and the South Australian Sports Institute, Nick Blackman, coached by Nicholas Mitchell and Sam Morton. Lane 4 from Banks Rowing Club, Marcus Kane, coached by Brendan Scott. Lane 5 from the West Australian Rowing Club and the West Australian Institute of Sport, Alex Rossi. Lane 6, Melbourne. Lane 7 from Ballarat City Rowing Club, William Gilbert, and he's coached by Grant McKechnie. So that last race, the heat number 2 of the men's under-23 single sculls, the winning time was 7 minutes 30.01. So it was 4 seconds quicker than the winning time for Blake Wyatt in the first heat. So semi 23 Australian Rowing Championships.
Definitely Alex Rossi here for the West Australian Rowing Club. At least the red colours are pretty easy to pick up from a distance, and he is well clear as it turns out now with just over 500 to go. The sculler in lane 5 from then spread right across the course. It might no, he's a bit back in the field. It's the next lane across from him, which is Nick Blackman from Adelaide University, who would be in the second of the 2 qualifying. Rossi and Nick Blackman from Adelaide Uni sits in second place, and those two pretty well clear of the rest of the field. Over on the far side, Harry Fox of Melbourne University, and also on this side, James Gardner, the 2 scullers from Melbourne Uni, racing for 3rd and 4th, I would think. Then Marcus Kane of Banks and also William Gilbert of Ballarat City are our field of 6 here in this 3rd and final heat of the under-23 men's single scull. But certainly it is the locals looking to record another win here on their home course at Champion Lakes. They had a very strong showing a couple of heats ago in the women's single scull. They took out the top 2 spots, and it looks very likely that that was Swan River, in fact, I should say. This is the West Australian Rowing Club, who will take out this 3rd and final heat of the under-23 men's single scull.
So Alex Rossi from the West Australian Rowing Club out in the the moment. But with a couple of strokes to go, he's led from start to finish, and it will be a very strong win for the West Australian Rowing Club's Alex Rossi. So he'll qualify through to the semi-finals of the men's under-23 single sculls. Joining him in that semi-final will be Nick Blackman from Adelaide University, with a strong row there for 2nd place. And then coming through in 3rd, it'll be the 2 Melbourne University scullers. So Harry Fox from Melbourne University and the Victorian Institute of Sport. Just finishing ahead of James Gardner also from Melbourne University. Marcus Kane from Banks Rowing Club sitting in 5th place with about 50 metres or so to go, and he should finish ahead of William Gilbert from Ballarat City Rowing Club.
Concludes our 3 heats there of the under-23 men's single scull, and it does conclude the morning session of racing. So 51 races complete out of 100 on the opening day of these championships. Racing does get underway again at 1 o'clock West Australian time, so in about 42 minutes from now, although we've got an interview and some other things to do before we get back to racing shortly from Champion Lakes. check out the Regatta Village for a spot of shopping. We've got you covered from head to toe with rowing jewellery or gifts from Sport Republic, rowing apparel, shop. Story Hill talk. At this year's Australian Rowing Championships is the Innovate to Excellence exhibition, which is in the upstairs of the building by the finish line. The exhibition provides education around how you can be a better and more robust rower both on and off water. From technique tips, nutrition guidance and warm-up exercises, all provided by the expert staff at Rowing Australia, who have provided information on the latest research that the Australian rowing team follow. Rowing New South Wales is hosting the 2023 Australian Masters Rowing Championships from the 1st to the International Regatta Centre in Penrith. Visit Rowing Australia. Rowing Australia, a fast, fun. These will be run on Saturday afternoon, so stick around to catch these races. Cameron Mackenzie McHarg. Register for the Learn and Carbo Load session on Wednesday the 29th of March from 5:30 to 7 p.m, where you can learn from Australia's top performance staff and athletes while top have see AU to register now. Rowing industry, share experiences and learn from each other. Our panel of speakers will share their journeys to success and the challenges they have faced along the way. You'll also have the chance to network with other women in the rowing that supports and uplifts women in sport. For more information and to register, visit arc.rowingaustralia.com.au. The 2023 Australian Rowing Championships is proudly supported by Tourism WA, the City of Armidale and the West Australian State Government.
We are on Whadjuk Noongar country. Armidale is an outer metro.
There are so many awesome things to do in the outdoors right here in the city of Armidale. You've got hiking, mountain biking, trail running. You can go to kayaking.
There's plenty of parks that the kids love to go to. Yeah, you forget that you're so close to the city because you're in your own mini world.
The interaction is just something they don't get at home normally.
There's so many little cafes and restaurants and bigger venues, cider houses, mini breweries. And
you'll see some of the old structures, some of the old houses that were there from the very, very early days.
Everywhere you look, you see art or something beautiful.
To escape the hustle and bustle of the city, the Armadale Hills is a beautiful place to relax.